Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim, and this is America's Third Party. And today is Freedom Friday. Welcome. Yes, we've got censorship happening all across our networks. As you know, I was completely shut out of our show. Hey there, Mayor Knight. I was completely shut out of our show at iVlog when we first started about an hour ago. And I had to go through a VPN because we were being DDoSed at iVlog. So I'm running the show through a backup camera because of the difficulty to get into the show. A lot of people are having problems getting into Vaughn because they're being told the capacity servers have reached and they need to buy a VIP account or some BS. That's another tactic Vaughn has been using for about 6 years. You gotta understand, they're trying to corral me and shut me down. Now, I've given you options to go to other chat rooms, and I've even given you the link to get into our Periscope show, which is also running in limp mode. I'm more than willing to have side shows going on in limp mode while we continue to find a better server to reach our chat audience. But now the media is absorbing a lot of turmoil with Donald Trump. He's still resisting anyone's access to his financial records and claiming that he's being totally transparent when that's a complete lie. He's the least transparent president we've ever had. Claims he's the most. And now we've got a problem with Theresa May. She's resigned due to the problem implementing Brexit. So people are very upset in the UK about what's happening. But yeah, why history will be kinder to Theresa May than her critics. Maybe she just couldn't implement it. Maybe somebody else could. I'm surprised Nigel Farage wasn't given an option to implement the Brexit because he was the one that so believed that the Brexit plan would work. I would think that he'd be up for a prime minister position, Nigel Farage, right now in England. But meanwhile, Trump is doing something pretty disturbing. He's purposely delivering Saudi arms. Trump declares emergency to expedite arms sales to Saudi Arabia and the UAE to continue a war against Yemen, which is seemingly endless. It's not going to end the suffering. In fact, it creates suffering when you send weapons to Saudi Arabia. The Democrats don't like the idea because they believe Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, somehow had something to do with Khashoggi's death, Jamal Khashoggi's death. And again, people in the know realize that that suitcase full of body parts still has not been ID'd as Jamal Khashoggi. So we're not really sure Jamal Khashoggi's dead. Ironically, we're getting a guy coming into our show on a daily basis. I mean, it's kind of bizarre, but he's been away for a while. He says he's Jamal Khashoggi. Now, anybody can say anything, right? Well, this is the second time he's made his appearance in our show. And he's made some pretty outrageous statements. He said, yesterday I alerted you that the carrier group Lincoln is currently supplying Saudi Arabia with high-level nuclear items and Patriots in the event Iran strikes Israel. Yeah. And he brought me to a New York Times ad that confirms that his information he brought me yesterday, which was also telling, when he said, good day to you, Mr. Sponheim, I've been blocked from the internet access until today. Once again, I'm safe in Turkey. Sir, I have important news I wish to bring you. This is what he said yesterday. They are moving heavy nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia. There's a carrier escort. So he preceded the news by one day in our show. This guy gave inside information on what was happening, and we know now that this is exactly what Trump is dealing with. He's sending possibly nuclear weapons to the Middle East. Now, we have no affirmation from Congress that that's okay. He hasn't routed anything through clearances through Congress. We can't send nuclear weapons to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Jared Kushner can't run a side deal and prime the pocket of Saudi Arabia to give them more weapons. This is ridiculous. He can send intermediate weapons of some sort, but tactical nukes, this is just bizarre. So this is unprecedented in our history for a president to act like this. At the same time, Donald Trump is making a process by which he's allowing William Barr to declassify certain things and make certain things classified. And apparently Donald Trump is now giving William Barr the ability to make things more top secret than even our top CIA and FBI have access to. I can't tell you anything. All I can tell you is a guy contacted us named Jamal Khashoggi who said he's alive in Turkey. It could be a complete lie. I'm not giving you solid information. I'm giving you just possibilities. That's all. I'm not in any way trying to pass top secret information over. I'm just giving you information somebody posted on the internet. I'm not in security meetings, no, nor should I be. But if I get a response from a person named Jamal Khashoggi who claims to be alive, I want to know more. If I were president, I would send an attaché to Istanbul right now to give him access and a ride out of that country. But I'm not the president of the United States. I can't do anything. Nor can I talk to this person. I can just relay information that he's sending to me. I'm not making statements that are in anything other than just words on the internet called free speech. And I'll defend that. Well, the fact of the matter is people are trusting me with this information. Now, we got a plea for help from a guy from Thailand last 3 or 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. He came into the show and he had a plea for help. He said he was transferring information from a queen. And this is when we had about 38 people in our chat room over at iVlog. Right after that, we got this message. He disappeared and all our guest chats disappeared. It's like somebody's shut the guest chat down at iVlog, and then iVlog started accessing or requiring email access to get anybody to come in as a guest. So iVlog is no longer making any guests available. They're claiming it's a troll problem. No, actually it's not. It's not a troll problem. It's I am being attacked problem by iVlog. They're shutting us down. But look what this person wrote, and this is just, hearsay on the internet. This is what he wrote right before they shut guest chat down. Our fragile truce was temporary. The princess urged me to gather my things and leave the country immediately. She arranged to secure transport with a gold chain. As I fled with her most trusted guardian, she handed me a USB thumb drive, urging me to send a secure email to one David Sponheim. I'll be sending it as soon as I can make it to a safe location. I bought a burner phone in Cambodia with cash to Texas. I'm afraid they're coming for me. The Cambodian riel is very deflated with its value hovering at about 0.0025 riel per US dollar. I had to buy this phone with a suitcase full of bills. It was a risk I had to take. I'll be crossing the border within the next hour along the Phang Nam Ron district border into Thailand. There's a national forest that I can use to conceal my trek. And that's all we ever had from this person. Immediately, guest chat shut down. We went from 38 guest chatters down to 1, and then iVlog decides to impose a shutdown on anybody trying to access it. So nobody out there in the world with a text message ability and a phone, a flip phone, can send me any messages, because they got to go through a whole process with an email registration now. And Mark shut down guest chat completely when we had thousands of people coming in here, and he claimed it was just a move he made, to help his business. Now, the guy who runs Vaughn is openly revealing people's stream keys when you go in the room, and his coding is all screwed up. So I've had to change my stream key a few times. I mean, this is beyond belief. And then people are arguing that Mark can't possibly receive money to censor me. Impossible. That's ridiculous. When in fact, I've got all kinds of proof that Mark's been getting money to censor me for 5 years now. And if he wanted to shut his site down, what difference would it make if he had millions of dollars if he shut his site down? So what they're doing essentially is corralling me into this place, and you people who are watching me every night are corralled. You're like the sheep in the corral. And we're basically being slowly kept down. People who come into the show have capacity server screens. It takes 50 refreshes. One guy was refreshing for 45 minutes last night just to come into our show. Nobody can get chat access. Dano says one time Mark gave out ATP's stream key during the day when Dave wasn't online, and Super Saver Dave was casting on ATP's channel about a year ago. Wow. And you know what Super Saver Dave has told me? Now, we know for a fact that Super Saver Dave threatened my life 26 times. He told me he was working for Mark, that Mark paid him $4 million. And believe it or not, Super Saver Dave, even though I asked Mark to ban Super Saver Dave from the room, he comes back and he talks to our show every night. He's like a regular chatter. So we can't necessarily believe what these people say, but if that's true to know, Super Saver Dave has a special relationship with Mark, just like he said, and he probably has made. You guys are completely lost when you think Mark doesn't have $4 million. Mark is sitting on unbelievable amounts of wealth from censoring our show. It's almost beyond belief. And that's why the whole T. Rucker story evolved, where he faked his death because he was avoiding extradition from Canada. So apparently I ruffled their feathers. Now, we have a site that is constructed very nicely where you can leave some message, but your IP is seen on the back side of this. So always be aware that your IP is seen at CBOX. But we have a place anybody can dump information into our CBOX.
It's not on, but...
Okay, thank you. Hi, Sarah. And yeah, this is... Insane Canadian was here. Okay, let me go down to here. Most recent CBOX. Hang on, let me pull this up. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. This person came into the show and he just said, "Hey, dude, sorry Mark censored you, bro." And then he said, "Mark made $900 million censoring your show." All right, anybody can say anything. And yeah, you have a valid point. Anybody can say anything. And they could be trolling me. That's entirely possible. But the reality is, I don't want a single penny. I just want access to voters. And what I'm seeing is people getting paid to censor us and keep us from getting the donations we need. Dave, do you know who Croft is? I don't. No, I don't know anything. I'm just giving you information that's popping up on my site. I did make a guest book. It's CBOX. That's right. If you want to assist me in making a chat room, that'd be great, Misanthropy. But how many times have I asked you to do that in the past 3 years? Many. Yeah. We have a CBOX, and CBOX is available, but it is vulnerable. Your IP will be seen. I can't even post in CBOX because my IP is seen there. It's not about living with your mom and dad. It's about managing a lot of money and getting people to tell you what to do. Yeah, so a lot of people don't understand that. No, when you're receiving a lot of money and you're under a lot of stress, and you got to move that money to make things happen, like censor a guy who's on your network, you don't have time to go on a diet or have liposuction. Okay. Federal judge blocks Mississippi abortion ban, just as I said they would. Yeah. Federal judge is going to do everything they can. You cannot ban abortion when Roe v. Wade is still the law of the land. So the governor of Mississippi probably is going to have to face some reactions from our federal government, or Trump won't do anything and just see it play out. A lot of women are going to probably leave Mississippi because they're going to have babies with their rapists. But that'll be blocked by a federal judge. He can't sell it to somebody else. You got to understand, Mark is already indemnified. If he sold it to somebody else, they would have to open up a new deal with the people that Mark is getting paid by. Those people don't like to meet new people. Let me give you an example. I'll do a little play acting. Say I'm the guy controlling the money that's going out to Mark. Okay? Yeah, let's say I'm the person at the very top, and I just don't want this third party to be formed. I will do anything to stop this guy, David Sponheim, kind of thing. Okay? Let me put a face on that. Okay, so somebody you can actually look at and you can say, oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you look like somebody. Let's put his face. This guy's name's Jacob Rothschild. Now, say hypothetically alleged if he was actually funding the effort. His family has $20 trillion. $200 trillion is nothing. They have excess. They can do anything with their money. And they will do the necessary things to stop this raving lunatic from succeeding at stopping our plan to control the two-party system in America. The last thing this moron is going to do is stop me. Do you understand me? I will throw whatever money I have to stop this person. Theoretically, that's possible. And that there are people out there that are trying to stop us. Now, I have a lot of backup information to support my belief, and I don't even have supporters who understand that. They don't want to look at the details and minutia of emails I received from people who've been willing to tell us that they've been paid to censor us, dox us, everything, threaten my life. I get a lot of that. And we also know that somebody tried to take down our name at Third Party from Twitter. And I also know for a fact that Twitter's been banning me or knocking my name. Our follower number has remained the same for 8 or 9 years now. At Third Party is the same number of followers we had 9 years ago. I've done 25,000 hours directing people to at Third Party, and we don't have any more followers than we had back then. Recently, we ran a test for PolitiChat. We ran a show on the weekends, 5 or 6 weekends in a row, and we generated so much interaction on Twitter that it was in the thousands of impressions. Not one person followed us. Our follower number has been locked. And consequently, Periscope is locking my Ethernet connection tonight to the upload. So those of you who are watching me on Periscope are actually seeing us through a VPN. That's why it looks like I'm over here, because I've got a separate camera. I'm actually having to broadcast on Periscope. They're censoring me so hard through a VPN, which is bouncing off of Singapore. I'm serious. I'm going to mute you because you don't understand that I have been censored on YouTube's for so long that you boring morons who don't understand that, like Bingo, can't possibly understand what it's like to be locked in place. I was getting 20,000 hits a week when the Young Turks were getting 5,000 hits a week. And all of a sudden, they started getting subscribers like in the millions. I got none, 0. Something's very fishy here. Same with my subscriber count on YouTube. So if this doesn't ring the possibility that someone could censor somebody on these social networks, and I've even exposed the backbone of In-Q-Tel controlling the entire Google operation. We've discussed how In-Q-Tel does it. I mean, there's more than enough evidence that In-Q-Tel is in charge of Google and Twitter, for that matter. Thank you for understanding, Add the One. So at the risk of sounding ridiculous to say I'm one of the most censored people in the world, I really am. And I've got an audience of millions of people that can actually hear that, whereas people who are delusional don't. I have never seen you, Jay Bunny. You're new here. Yes. Could you research interest-only mortgage? It's an enormous story. Okay, let's take a look, Steve-O. I'll look it up. It could get a lot of people kicked out of their house. Well, I know that if you have a mortgage that's underwater, they can technically kick you out, even if you've been paying your monthly bills perfectly on time. Okay, could you be a little bit more irrelevant, Misanthropy? That'd be great. Well, yeah, the True Blue says, sad how the Democrats got duped into a Marxist communist mindset. Shocking to me. Exactly. And that's why I welcome people who are centrists, who don't support this political correctness per se, who stand for free speech and our right to bear arms. And I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat anymore. I believe that we are centrists, and we're trying to find a party and build this from the ground up because they're shooting it down every way they can. They want to push the Democrats to the left, and they want to push the Republicans to the right. And we've got elements of both parties in this party, which makes sense for America. What doesn't make sense is a plan to polarize us constantly and divide us. And that's exactly what the media and the mainstream media is controlled by the elitists. That's exactly what they want to do. They don't want a centrist party that'll unite the country. They want to make people hate each other. And they've done a pretty good job. I don't think our country's been so divisive and separated in years. I remember back in the 60s when when the Vietnam War was going on, people were really anti-war who were against people like Nixon. But McGovern wasn't really, pushing the anti-war message enough in a big way, whereas Robert F. Kennedy was, and he got shot. Whereas McGovern, they let him stay alive just to, take over that spot on the liberal left. But believe me, the powers that be wanted that war in Vietnam, and they kept it going for many years, and it killed 58,000 people. The goal, and I'm not even including the Southeast Asians, 4 million people died from the Vietnam War, but I'm talking about the men that fought it from our side. But the big goal was to separate and divide our country from the communist agenda. That was their temporary goal. Now, the New World Order could care less whether you're communist, socialist, fascist, capitalist, if you're a Muslim, they don't care. They'll just back whoever they can to create divisiveness. Because the New World Order is all about divisiveness, breaking up people. That's why they don't want a centrist president who looks good, who can unite the country. They're afraid of me. And that's why we had a hostile takeover against our name, Third Party, by a very high-level group connected to the Rothschilds. I'm not making this up. The Rothschilds are on this. They don't want a third party to form. It's the last thing they want. So I've been running the header, stop the New World Order, vote third party, and it means a lot to me, I'll tell you that. This really, it is everything. This is it. And we are building this, and they're not going to stop us. Now, I've got supporters that don't believe that I've been censored. They can't be a supporter if they don't believe that. So they're willing to leave. They can leave all they want. If they don't realize I've been censored for 8 years with locked follower accounts. Ben, thank you. But I don't believe JFK screwed us over. No. I think JFK did what he could to stop the cabal that's inside our government, nesting. Ever since we beat the Germans, the Nazis came over here posing as Jews. And guess what? Most of the synagogues in America have a lot of group of people called Ashkenazis. They don't want you to think that they were Nazis. There's not one Ashkenazi out there that would say that that word Nazi came from the word Ashkenazi. That's because they control the media. They control the wiki. They get together on weekends at Shabbats just to control the wiki. They have wiki parties, these people do. They can say anything they want on the wiki, and we're supposed to believe it's true. But I know for a fact that Hitler was a Zionist. I know for a fact that he was an Ashkenazi. I also know that Himmler and Goering and Goebbels were all Ashkenazis and all Zionists. You see, the Zionist thing that Israel became after World War II, that was a plan that was put in place in 1917 by a group of people called Zionists who'd been around since the 1890s. Their primary goal was to control Jerusalem and control it for various reasons. I'm not going to get into the details, but I can tell you that that was the goal, and Hitler was on board with that. When he killed the 6 million Jews, or however many he killed, depending on what you believe, it became justification to create a homeland in Jerusalem and displace all the Palestinians that were living there. Therein created this huge rift in the human race, which we're now dealing with in the Middle East right now as we speak. So as much as I may sound a little off when I'm talking about the dangers of Zionism, I just have to frame it in the simple point that I'm going to make right now. Hitler was a Zionist, like I said. Biden is a Zionist. He openly admits to being a Zionist. Trump is a Zionist. They're planning an election between Biden and Trump. That's what they're trying to work right now, so that we will have a choice between a Zionist and a Zionist. And then they're literally creating this friction between our parties, which isn't real. It's designed to make us all hate each other. And that's their goal. Just separate the country and divide and conquer. And believe me, it's working. But this idea of a centrist party doesn't divide. It unites. Kushner is an Ashkenazi, and his father's an Ashkenazi. You see, when Hitler dealt with the reality that, or excuse me, when he apparently was fleeing Germany, Hitler put out a fake couple bodies in a burnt-out house in Austria, pretended like they died there, but they didn't. And our own FBI tracked Hitler to Argentina. And now they have over 200 documents on file, 207 documents the FBI has from people who saw Hitler in Argentina. Why didn't the FBI do anything to go after Hitler in Argentina? We always thought this was like a conspiracy theory, but before the word conspiracy theory was bantered about, it was like, oh yeah, Hitler's living in Argentina. Sure. Yeah, right. No, he died in Austria. No, he really was. And he lived on till 1962, Hitler did. And therein lies the plan. We, as a nation, when we worked with the Nuremberg trial, we tried to prosecute the perpetrators of these terrible crimes. But they only executed 29 of the German Nazis and a few Muslims. But they only killed 29 of these people. Out of all the Nazis that came out, these people managed to slip out, and they went through the Vatican rat lines. The Vatican gave safe haven to the Nazis. And many of them posed as Jews. And therein lies the word Ashkenazi Jew. When you look at all the Ashkenazi Jews in our country right now, you see that there's a tremendous group of them. None of them are actually Jewish. None of their mothers are Jewish. They're not really Jewish. And the Hasidic and Orthodox Jews know that. They are not Jewish. They are not related to Abraham. They know that. But they're still let them in because there's a lot of money in the Ashkenazi community. So bear in mind, the Ashkenazis, I'm not trying to label them as a bad group of people, but of the Ashkenazis, there are a lot of really, really greedy people, and they're giving good Jews a bad name now. And we're starting to think that Jews are greedy. They're not. The Ashkenazis who are embedded in their communities are greedy. And that's exactly what happened with Hitler, Goering, and Goebbels. They were the greediest of all these people. And they managed to take all of the money that the Jews had during that time period and bank it in Austria and Germany. And they kept it from all of the Jewish people that had tried to access their money for years. Meanwhile, we're now looking at a potential conflict between Iran and Israel, and Saudi Arabia is getting shipments of possible heavy-duty INF, intermediate IF, nuclear force treaty missiles that could be nuclear tipped. Very dangerous missiles. I'm not saying they are nuclear tipped, but they could be. And that's a big, huge switch. The dynamic of the world power is changing rapidly. And Donald Trump and other hawks in the administration, Donald Trump and especially Bolton, they want a war with Iran. And it would give Donald Trump something else to talk about. He would have a complete new diversion to talk about. We wouldn't be talking about the Russian collusion anymore. We'd be talking about, what about the war in Iran? And our men and women are being sent over there right now. We got 1,200. We got 125 troops are going over right now, I believe. But there are 1,250, sorry. There's talk of people wanting 125,000 troops over there. Check all U.S. tech stocks. Well, Wall Street had a bullish day. The Dow Jones was in the positive territory. And then it went into the negative territory. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I tuned into the radio today, and the Dow is up 98 points, and then it completely tipped in the other direction. Wow. Okay. I'll keep an eye on the tech stocks. Thank you. So the Dow is down 190 points today, everyone.
The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States are two unexpected allies. One's an autocracy, the other a democracy. There are many differences between the two, but one thing they have in common is that each country has what the other wants. Saudi Arabia has oil and the United States has arms. To understand how reciprocal the relationship is, we need to go back to how it started. Saudi Arabia as we know it was founded in 1932 by King Abdulaziz. A few years later, oil was struck and American companies, sensing an opportunity, moved in.
It was a relationship which was based on a company, Standard Oil, in the name of the US government trying to look for access to oil resources.
This picture shows where the relationship crystallized. This was Saudi Arabia's founder, King Abdulaziz, meeting US President Franklin Roosevelt on the USS Quincy on the Suez Canal in 1945.
Okay, well, I'm not going to give you the full history, but that's very interesting. And I know Nixon forged a very strong relationship with Saudi Arabia when he did the Nixon shock. And he separated our currency from the Bretton Woods Agreement, which had a gold standard. And the Nixon shock occurred in 1971 in anticipation of an oil-based petrodollar backing our economy. Your income is up, okay, but now it's down. But all your stocks were up today. Okay, good. Well, they were up until the very last minute of the bell, and it just went straight down. Very interesting. All right, so not to belabor the point and continue to talk about censorship in our show, because I know that's kind of boring from your perspective. I cannot possibly have supporters who don't think I'm being censored. Sorry, I just, part of what I do is fight the censors every day. And if you think that I'm not being censored in any way, you're really not a supporter. You don't understand that we're fighting the battle of a lifetime. I mean, this is David versus Goliath, the media. And I'm David. And I'm telling you, if you don't believe we're censored, then you really don't even understand what they're trying to do to suppress this third party. And I know a lot of you support me and realize I am censored, and I appreciate that. But man, I can show you all the details, and I've been showing people details, but they still don't understand. And I just can't help them. A lot of people who are honest, good people are really kind of confused that people would make a lot of money cheating, stealing, and lying. And therein lies the problem. You know, honest people very rarely understand the mindset of a criminal. Where's the video? I'm here. Is video not up? I'm broadcasting at Vaughn over here, and I've also got a broadcast over at iVlog through a VPN. All right. Video is God, or video is good. All right, thank you. I tweeted about the Governor Northam of Virginia and how he definitely has my support, and there's no reason why this man should be kicked out of the governorship because he may have done a picture back in his college years with a blackface. And they're calling it a racist photo because it has blackface. There's nothing racist about blackface. And I argued that, and I can tell you that this man should not be vilified for having a picture in a newspaper when he was in college. It's ridiculous. And they can't even verify, medical doctors can't even verify if that's him based on his facial construct. So I tweeted it at him, so hopefully he got it. What happened to the camera? Nothing. Cam is fine. People are politically correct who are trying to frame the media. Oh, iVlog? Oh, the camera is a backup camera. We've got to use this because of the problem with we've been completely locked out of getting our feet on iVlog. iVlog started censoring us about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I talked about that letter I got from some desperate person fleeing Thailand, and then all of a sudden all the chatters disappeared, and it then went down to one chatter at iVlog, and now people have to sign in with an email account and get to be a guest chat over at iVlog. So iVlog's doing the same thing Mark did about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, when he got rid of guest chat completely. They're getting rid of guest chat. All because of the tremendous amount of call for people to get into our show. It's not going away anytime soon, I assure you. This entire effort to censor me is only going to backfire. And I'm way ahead of this problem because my UHF viewership really skyrocketed a couple of years ago. And people know very well that I am being censored on an international and national level. Nixivium, the cult. Yeah. Group oral sex session to pleasure the cult leader Keith Raniere was interrupted when the police arrived at their location. Yeah, it's kind of a wild world we're living in when a cult leader can control so many women. Yes, iVlog is ahead by a second or two. Yep. Dave, Viagra, your thoughts? Viagra and Cialis have skin problem issues. Thank you, True Blue. Yeah, Viagra, if you look it up, and Cialis and Levitra, I believe, are all involved with melanoma of some sort. Small incidence of melanoma, but it's worth looking at. The company says that there's a 14% chance of skin cancer. These are the things they should have dealt with when they started this thing. If it helps some men, I don't know, I would not take the risk of skin cancer. Even though it's a small incidence, I still wouldn't take that risk just to have pleasure. And I don't have problems in that department, so. Okay, here's Keith Raniere. Apparently he was asking women to have, to orally please him as part of their tattooing session. Yes, go ahead. What can I do for you? Yes, what is it? All right, we're going to go ahead and group oral sex session to pleasure Nixivium cult leader Keith Raniere was interrupted. So they were actually in the process of giving him oral sex when the police were knocking on the door. All these women were taking chances to, you know, they wanted their chance to be with him. Apparently all this came through, and I just want to say that this guy is facing justice, and I'm glad they got him under justice. But he's a very wealthy guy who had a lot of money and manipulated a lot of people. And Claire Bronfman, the Seagram's heiress, has received a sentence, I believe, of 18 months for her involvement. And these people were trafficking in children, too. That wasn't public knowledge. The media covered it as though it was a sex activity going on. No, there were kids involved. So, yeah. It's just good justice is finally working with Nixivium. Okay. I'm going to get rid of that story. It's not relevant. Hi, Sarah. Good to see you. So the federal judge did block the Mississippi abortion ban. That's a good thing. Trump is intending to deploy 1,500 troops to the Middle East, which I would never have done. I even said I would never add troops to the Middle East, but apparently you guys didn't believe me. So now you're seeing the New World Order take over and do their thing. And he's also made it so that only certain people can see classified documents. Now that the top brass at the CIA and FBI cannot look at top secret evidence. He is declassifying some things. He's allowed William Barr to declassify some things so that they can launch an attack on the people that investigated the Russians and interference in our election. The people that were simply looking out for our national security are now under attack by Donald Trump. Well, because Pelosi and Hillary Clinton are both standing up against an impeachment process, the caucuses are still brewing in the Democratic Party to get the impeachment rolling. Everything points to Donald Trump now saying he won't release his financial records, and he's not able to do that. House Ways and Means can get anybody's tax returns. So he's facing a legal battle, which he's going to lose. And if Donald Trump is trying this hard to hide his tax returns, it must be something very, very damning. So Donald Trump is not only acting like an obstructionist and lying incessantly, but now he's launching an attack on anybody that questioned the Russian interference in the election, which is going to make him look even more guilty. He is behaving like a guilty person. And this is actually leading to the impeachment. Representative Nadler, the guy in charge of the Judiciary Committee investigating him, said that he'd like the impeachment to not happen, but Trump is making it very difficult for him to avoid impeachment. So, impeachment's going to be moving forward the more Trump wiggles and snakes around like a sneaky snake that he is. And now trying to launch an attack on anybody who questions him. And the worst part about it is he's held our entire budget and infrastructure plan for $2 trillion infrastructure plan for the country he's held it over our heads. You can X out of that. So now we don't even have a budget. And he said that he won't even talk to the Democrats and anyone in the Republican Party about the budget until they stop investigating him. Now that's another effort to obstruct using the power of the presidency. So everywhere he turns, he's trying to obstruct. And we now know that Don McGahn openly told Mueller that Trump tried to stop the Russian investigation and have Mueller fired. And Trump won't allow Don McGahn to testify again to the House that he heard Trump trying to have Mueller fired, which is an effort to obstruct. You see? So everything points to Donald Trump being an obstructionist and colluding with the Russians. Sarah is going to take over. I'm going to add that to our list of tiny house shows tonight. All right. Thank you very much. Do you have a decent day? Was it okay?
Yeah, it was all right.
Cool. Okay, I will also have a tiny house section I'll put it in too. I love these tiny house shows. They're getting more expensive, and Misanthropy and I talk about how
Isn't the whole point to not
save money? Yeah,
yeah, and not
exactly.
spend so much money.
And they're spending, one person in New Zealand was spending like $300,000 on their tiny house.
And a tiny house.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? What's the point of that?
Will I give you links to Illuminati videos? They're shutting down the Illuminati videos on YouTube. Luckily for you, though, I have hard recordings of Illuminati videos. I've got a lot of stuff that I can give you. And I bring it into the 4-hour video show every night. We always bring in good video. The video is from a different angle because, let me explain what happened. I did open up Skype. I got it open and it's queued, ready for anyone to talk, but I have to do the show on iVlog and Periscope through that angle.
Oh, sorry.
And which is this camera right here, just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
And it's seen right there. And you guys won't be seeing what's on the screen, but you'll witness us from a different angle. And yes, they're getting rid of a lot of Illuminati stuff online. I could take you to my playlist on the Elite section of. It's like a complete wipeout. They just get rid of that stuff. YouTube is always censoring that stuff. They get rid of anything related to the elites. Thank you. Well, we're still looking good because we still have an audience, and even though we're fighting through censorship, and now I can't even access iVlog or Periscope through the Ethernet.
Somebody said there's a new version of XSplit.
Well, I have the newest version here. 3.8? Yeah. Unless it's just today, the newest. But it didn't tell me I needed a new one today, so it hasn't really hit me. But
May 22nd at 9 a.m.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely look at that.
Wait, is it May or November?
Every time I upgrade my XSplit, I lose some of the better features I had in the previous version. And ironically, XSplit had some of the best programming 2 years ago. And luckily for me, I have it on one other computer. But a lot of the things that XSplit does is gets rid of a lot of the fun stuff because they're trying to lighten their system. The green screen is still here on this show, and I've got a green screen behind me. You can see from a different angle if you go to our iVlog show or our Periscope show. Yes. Ab still comes here.
Big Outlaw, yeah.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I'll be back. I'm going to make some dinner.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's interesting. Had an excellent week. No, pirate, no. Go do that somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, you can do that, but the problem about OBS is that, or those, is that it just didn't have the good green screen capability. Good point. Oh, Mr. Bill. Thank you. I agree. That's probably true. I can't be a teacher because I'm tired. I think, oh, OBS has improved since I last tried it. That's a possibility. No. You think that we had a thing going? I think you just had something going in your own head. Hello, Add the One. How are you? I'm glad you're here. Yes, I know. Big yawn. Thanks, Team Frank, too. Hello, Death Meteor. But don't worry, I don't think the meteor that's coming near us is going to... I do educate myself. David does have strong political interests. Thank you. No. Some of what people are chatting to me makes me feel... Wait, like I should be not feel safe or something? What? I don't know. Okay. Texas House and Senate strike a deal on a bill to fund schools, give teachers a pay raise, and on tax relief. Thank you. There's additional information throughout. Austin, Texas, Texas's top officials have struck a deal on the priority legislative issues of increasing school funding, giving teacher pay raises, and delivering property tax relief. Well, we have lockdown drills. We have lockout. We've had a lockout this year, and we've had lockdown drills. At a Thursday afternoon press conference with 4 days left in the legislative session, they announced they'd smooth over their differences to deliver final legislation that would be passed into law by Monday. All right, in Texas. Yeah, you might be right, Bengalitis. What's worse is actual lockdowns or lockouts. Yeah, I thought Sunchild was already married. Anyway, that's good. They're going to increase classroom spending by $4.5 billion, lower property taxes by $5 billion. Wow. And increase teacher salary by $2 billion. Then where's the money going to come from, I wonder? Yes, true. It's a difficult job being a teacher. Oh, your political views would make you too opinionated to be a teacher and prejudiced. So you wouldn't want to be a teacher? Yeah, I don't. I think my views are just right. I have no idea what happened to Ghost. Do you know what happened to Ghost, True Blue? Oh. Oh. I did not know Isla Fries was a lady man. What do you mean, what's with the green screen, Bangalitis? Like this little here? Oh, wait. Just a chair, maybe, in the way? Is that what you saying? You can see the ceiling over at iVlog because... That's not going to help anything. Because, just the way it is. Let me see. See if this helps. Just the way that the camera is. There you go. I don't know. And David was saying that the RTMP feed isn't working at iVlog. That's why you can see the ceiling. A circular selfie lamp. Comes as no shock to David that Epoch Times, the coalition is seeking to expose communist infiltration of the Democratic Party. Selfie light, rechargeable selfie light ring, 36 LED circle light, clips on a cell phone, compatible with iPhone. I'll leave it open. I can't imagine David wanting one of those, but okay. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I thought that was a joke at first as well. Sorry, iVloggers. It's gonna get weird. I've got to get used to talking to this camera, I guess. Where am I casting? I'm casting from home with a different camera and a different setup. My normal camera, and maybe I can just move this over here. Let me see something. Oh, that's not working. Okay, got it. It's coming from a whole nother computer, so that's not gonna work. I know it does kind of remind you of a public access show, sorry. Wonder if it would work like that. Just trying to, no, let's see. It's gotta like, be like that. Then it's just, or then I can get the whole, no, that's not gonna work. Let me go down like this. A little bit more. That's pretty close. Alright, now let me see if I can turn some kind of background on. That's better. Alright, let me get in media. Huh. Oh, I don't have any pictures. Like on one computer I have a lot of pictures, but the other one I don't have hardly any pictures. Anyway, that's just what it's gonna be. It's gonna look like an 80s public access show. Alright. Thinking about it, Sunstar, maybe. I don't share all of David's views. Yeah, I agree. That whole losing the YouTube live feed thing, that really was a bad thing. I don't know how to get it back. I have not used TeamSpeak either. You are that way, pirate. Yeah, it's been quite a few years since we've been out of the house. Well, not that long. I mean, we did go to Disneyland, which was, I never went when I was a kid, so we went not this past spring break, but last year. That was good. You liked it when we did a remote cast at a restaurant? Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Except when I told people where we were and then they, looked up the information and tried to troll us. But as so be it. Anyway, it's kind of weird casting on 2 different computers, 2 different shows, totally different looks. That's a new thing. And I haven't looked into like casting on Facebook Live or something like that. I don't know if I'll be back in my backyard this summer, or traveling, but yeah, maybe who knows? I don't know what I'll do this summer. Completely. I do know some things, but I don't have my summer completely planned out. I don't even know if we're going to be casting as frequently in the summer. We might drop our show to like 3 days a week in the summer instead of 6 days a week. Maybe Monday, Wednesday, Friday. What would you prefer? Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Either that or Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I would prefer Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Yeah, so the rest of the time I can party. Why? Okay, Blackstone griddles for traveling. I think you gave that link to David and then he started talking about that. Thought to myself, really? Okay, you want one? I'll take a look. Oh yeah. Those are pretty cool. What do you tie them into? Propane then? Can it be a small canister or do you have to get the big one? Big canister.
So I found a new Mr. Coffee today that has a heating element on it, which keeps it warm, which is great, for if you ever entertain people. But I'm definitely going to throw the other one away. I was wondering, should I put it out there as like a free item or something? And I don't know, people might be able to fix them. I don't know. I think I'll just toss it. I hate to see things go in the landfill though.
I know, but oh well.
It was a Chinese reconditioned model that didn't really work.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have your dinner in just a bit.
Okay. Okay. That's cool. I'll look into that Blackstone griddle. That's interesting. Yeah, I can see how it would be good for traveling. But then, of course, you have to travel with your propane. But I do. That's exactly what I want to do. What should I watch on Netflix? Or just sleep, yeah. I'll try, Frank. Have a good sleep. I'll try to do that. Sometimes it's difficult knowing people don't want me to pursue my profession. I don't know. Yeah, that doesn't work. I'm going to go back like that. It's good to know. Five former priests were charged with sexual misconduct, and they think it's just the tip of the iceberg. Good. Nope, you can't buy Sarah's anywhere. Wow. Unreal, True Blue. No. Okay. Yeah, don't put off till tomorrow what you can do today. Me on a bobblehead? No, I haven't thought of that. Who would want me on a bobblehead? Yes, well, I have time off for work. I don't know about my cat Fluffy. Yeah. True, Miss Anthropy. I'm famous. I do that look because I'm like, I just find it hard to believe. Oh, motherboard? That's what Mobo is, right? Okay. Yeah, doing all the computer work is definitely a problem. All right. Oh, yeah, that's not good. What? Site can't be reached. Oh, it's from the EU. I wonder if I take out EU if it would have it. So it's like my laptop that I'm casting over here at iVlog is having some issues. The teacher charged in threatening to, wow, in North Carolina. Wow. The red card. Oh. Genoa, Italy. Warm weather in Milan. Wow. Wow. Okay, I was just looking at a day in pictures. They want to put the blame on Trump for the homeless. Do you blame them? Do you blame them for wanting to put the blame on him? Yeah, we're doing a new camera angle. Sorry, 435. It's just, yeah, I guess we had some problems with iVlog and maybe the RTMP. I'm not totally 100% sure about that, but so therefore I have new camera angle and that's it. Okay. I think I'll zoom through the news. Oh, I want to see the unexpected winners in the tariff or the, yeah. I do want to see that. Okay. Two life sentences and then some. Is he the, what did he do? True Blue. U.S. and Chinese consumers are unequivocally the losers of trade war tariffs. Here are the unexpected winners. U.S. and Chinese importers have stopped buying from each other and turned to other countries instead. Vietnam and Mexico have greatly benefited from these policies. It runs counter to President Trump's claim that Chinese companies bear the brunt of the U.S. tariffs and trade wars are good and easy to win. Vietnam and Mexico have emerged as the unexpected winners of the trade war between Washington and Beijing. Consumers and producers in the U.S. continue to bear the brunt of their country's tariffs on each other's goods. The U.S. and China have been locked in a year-long trade war that has no end in sight. Since March 2018, the two governments have slapped tariffs on hundreds of billions of dollars worth of each other's products. To avoid the extra taxes, American and Chinese importers are turning to other countries for their products, and new economic data gives an idea of just how much the other countries have benefited.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I made dinner for you. Help yourself. There's 2 pieces of salmon on opposite sides of the plate. You can just leave me one of them. And I made a fish taco for you.
Okay.
Enjoy. Thank you. Yeah, new camera angle because we cannot broadcast any other way. Yeah, we've got, yeah, this is it. iBlog has blocked us somehow from broadcasting. I can go off iBlog and test it out to see if you want to try it. You want to try it? Let's see if I can do it. I'm going to pull off iBlog for just a second and start it up on the main site. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. I think we're good. They stopped, it's lagging over here. What about Vaughn? Vaughn lagging. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run Periscope through the backup camera. If you guys want to see that other feed, you can. Warning, alien invasion. Uh-oh. Yeah, I heard there's an asteroid that's coming our way. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah. And if it is, oh well. Nice knowing you all. Raffy Cool Selfie Light Rechargeable Selfie Ring. Ooh, that looks really cool. I could use that for sure. Thanks for finding that. Yeah, so I could hold a selfie, you know, always have myself selfie lit. Not that I do that. I don't. I just broadcast a lot. All right. Fruit spray. That doesn't make me a fruit. It's a fruit enzyme spray I spray. It's a product Michelle Dermaceutical makes. It's incredible. I dilute it down. 10 parts to 1. 10 parts water. Yes, Memorial Day is coming up. My parents, their memories are always part of my daily life. I don't think I'd go through a day without thinking about my mother and father. I don't know if that's true with you. If you've lost your family members, you would know how I feel. But yeah, there's a lot of people, you know, they can't get the memory of those early years out of their mind because they shouldn't. You're supposed to remember the good times. What a voice, I know. That long note he sings is remarkable. Who are you talking about, Mad Dog? Oh, you've got that long. Crazy Now's Barkley's slow version. I definitely check that out, man. Okay, man, it's cool. I love the fact that African-American music has evolved since the blackface days. That's why I kind of did a tribute to it by doing a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. Had we never had Al Jolson, we wouldn't have had Sammy Davis Jr. And we wouldn't have had Tupac, who I think was taken out by the Illuminati. Hey, you got more songs of that nature? Oh, that's nice. Thank you for sharing. Okay, our president is causing nothing but problems everywhere we turn. Every day is kind of like more future shock news coming at you, you know. Oh, Vietnam's trade surplus to the U.S. skyrocketed 45% year over year in the first quarter of 2019. The increase in Vietnamese exports to the U.S. was particularly sharp for goods covered in Trump's tariffs against China. Well, good. So Vietnam is benefiting from Trump's war with China. Look at that. Good for them. U.S. and Chinese consumers are unequivocally the losers of trade wars and trade war tariffs. Yeah, U.S. and Chinese consumers here are the unexpected winners. Vietnam, very nice. Mexico, they have greatly benefited from these policies. So Vietnam and Mexico are doing really good. But China, they're not liking what's happening with Meng, the CFO of Huawei. Huawei has been virtually the premier company in China. It's like we're shooting down their premier company. It would be like showing Jeff Bezos's penis picture online. I'm getting a lot of static over there. You never did call me, Howie. Hey, you can't promote Trump here. Yeah, that's a battle offense. We haven't even got one phone call and he stole 15 of my ideas. Can you believe that? I can see you're already attacking the show. Are we in slow chat? No, it's just people are, you know, mentally disabled right now. I think everything at iBlog is, or Vaughn and iBlog are having problems. You think of your mom and dad a lot too? Yeah, and it's that fact that you can't be with them that kind of hurts you. You know, it doesn't get you right away. Well, of course it gets you right away, but if I was president and did the right things for the American people, I would ruffle feathers worldwide too. I would expect that, yeah. Trump is handling the pressure pretty well, but he's now turning it into a, it's more than just a Russian hoax. Now it's a coup. It's a coup. Coup. Not a Russian hoax. It's a Russian hoax, but it's also a coup. So now he's got the coup word he's using. Yeah, like he thinks that they ganged up on him and targeted him when we know for a fact the Russians affected our election. Of course we'd be concerned about investigating him, considering, according to the FBI, he won with their help. And he never admitted it. He was told 2 days before the inauguration that he won with their help, and he never told the American people, not once. So now he's running this fake attack on the people investigating him and holding our country's budget hostage, saying he's not going to talk about anything until they stop investigating me. The guy clearly doesn't even understand obstruction law. That is obstruction, Donald. When you try to hold the most important thing of our budget over our heads to somehow stop an investigation into you. He sure sounds guilty, doesn't he? Isn't that how a guilty person would act? I know. It sounds more guilty by the day. If you are mentally retarded and happen to support Trump, we understand. It's perfectly okay. You may want to get off the fluoride because it's affected your brain and you don't know what's going on. I know. It's like, stop drinking beer. It has tap water in it. And then you'll realize what's really happening. Our country is under the control of the Russian Zionist oligarchs. And it's not just Putin, believe me. It's a lot of these people. You're not getting Skype up? No. I have Skype. I just tried to reach Howie and he hasn't been able to talk to me. My speakers are on full blast. We'll see if he can call in. Explain yourself. Well, some of you are drinking too much fluoride in your beer. There's only a few beers out there that are free of fluoride. Grolsch is one of them. You know, the one with a cap that you lift and you can... It's also good for keeping your beer on the side and not having to, you know, let it air out all the time. It has a cool little cap you can use for the future. Good. iBlog is working great now. We're back up on track. I am still running a VPN through Periscope, so you guys get to see me from the other angle over here. And you'll know that when I talk to you over here, I am talking to Periscope. Just so you know that. And you can chat in the Periscope room, believe it or not. I know you don't like to chat. That's okay. I am not 23. That is ridiculous. What makes you think I'm 23? Has my smoothing technology amazed you at how able I'm to get rid of my lines in my face? I'm using cucumber rubs every couple hours. And I use the fruit enzyme spray to minimize the wrinkling of my facial tissue. My frubber is much more elastic and at the same time supple. I am not a Borg, nor am I CGI. I am human. I just spell it differently than you. H-O-O-M-I-N. Human. Well, great. I'm glad we're having a good time. It seems like CGI. It does. Well, that's because I was the original Max Headroom, believe it or not. I know people didn't realize this, but before Max Headroom, I know, isn't it amazing? Before Max Headroom, I was doing a program at the Comedy Store, who, by the way, Sammy Shore just passed away. I want everybody to know. Sammy passed away. Yeah. His co-founder of the Comedy Store passed away recently, 6 days ago. And Pauly Shore is going through the grief process of losing his final parent. His mother died earlier this year. Kind of like my parents. My mother died first and my father second, so I share that with him. I had at one time met Pauly Shore. In fact, I met him at the Roxy. I walked right up to him. I kind of knew who he was from the show, the movie, Biodome. Anyway, he did Biodome after that, actually. But I said, "You really think you're special, don't you?" I walked right up to him and I said right in his ear. And he turned to me and he just looked straight at me and he said, "Yes, I do." And I had that connection with Pauly Shore, and I'll never forget it. It was that one-on-one, mind-to-mind interaction. But anyway, I did the Comedy Store, and I was 7 or 8 different characters in about 15 minutes. I went from character to character, much like Max Headroom did. And about a year later, Max Headroom was created, and there were about 150 bigwigs in the show that night. They probably saw my skit, and they probably got an idea to do Max Headroom. And that's probably why the people I knew in Hollywood said, "David, you are Max Headroom." So that's why you think I'm CGI, just so you know. You hosted with One-on-One? I didn't host with One-on-One. One-on-One hosted with me. One-on-One sold me on their program early on. I was really happy with it. And I'm not in any way thinking that any domain host will do. I mean, a lot of places go to, what is that? Domain Central, what's the name of that? Yeah, GoDaddy. Any of you host with GoDaddy, press 1. GoDaddy. 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 See? You lost. Okay, well, I just feel that they're a good host service. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it. The FDA tells the food industry how its expiration dates work. So let's talk about something important to you. Now, your food, I didn't do the Comedy Store more than one night. The guy I did a comedy routine with was a real jerk. He ended up thinking they were laughing at him. So he went on to become a comedian. And he went to Chicago and he did the circuit, you know, did improv. He was good, but he wasn't great. He ended up flopping, and I think he's an attorney in the Midwest somewhere. But really, I felt that I could have gone on to comedy. I just felt like it wasn't something I wanted to do. For me, doing the show was kind of a fulfillment because I'm not really a stand-up comic. I'm more of a sit-down humorist. And I really kind of blend real well with this format. Having a live audience can be really a very difficult and stressful thing, whereas this is so calming and relaxing. This is kind of like a Valium of sorts compared to on-screen comedy. And I feel for the people that, you know, do that every day. People like Sammy Shore and his group, Polly Shore, and all of those people. But yeah, I don't really believe that I don't think that comedy would have been ideal because, for one, it's a very difficult. Look what happened to Robin Williams. I actually saw him. I didn't meet him, but I saw him 10 feet away from me in 1975. And it was sad, really. I mean, I looked at the guy and I saw he would be successful. And at the same time I saw him looking so cool. I mean, the guy was amazing. He played an Eastern European Russian guy perfectly. And he was just a Beverly Hills kid. And Robin Williams, I knew instantly when I saw him. He was about 29. I was 15, I think. I knew instantly when I saw him that he would have an untimely death. Because I knew that there was something very dark in his humor. He was always covering up the weak, the insecurity within him that he could never really, it dogged him to the last days of his life when he killed himself. You lived in SoCal in 75, yeah. Hey, thank you, Had the One. Yeah, I always put this out whenever that person posts that stuff. The expiration dates are not real. The FDA tells the food industry to change how it uses expiration dates. The FDA is going after food waste with a new effort to make sure we don't throw away groceries until they're absolutely inedible. Most of us think that the expiration dates means you got to toss it in the garbage. And we got to reverse that. Make most of us think that, no, you got to keep that food on the shelf. I've got food from Y2K still. Well, US and Honda, well, I can imagine there's going to be friction. Yeah, what do you think about US and Honda? Honda recalls 118,000 SUVs in the US for sudden airbag deployments. It's a tragic day for Honda, really. 2 days ago we found this out. And they recalled 137,000 SUVs due to sudden airbag deployments. This is yesterday. I guess today it'll be even more. So yeah, Honda airbag deployments are being pulled in. How many are there? Yeah, I wonder where the list is. The new US SUVs are the ones that are affected. CRVs. Oh yeah, I'm glad I didn't get one. All right, so Honda's definitely got you know, a serious problem to deal with. They'll do it really well. Look at how Toyota has excelled. My goodness, Prius got targeted about 4 or 5 years ago under Obama's administration. Actually 7 years ago, I think. And Prius is the #1 seller in the country. No, I really don't want to be like the boy. The Michelin Man. I do embody virtue. And yeah, prophetic. Well, I've been warning you about the dangers to the environment for some time, and I don't know anybody else more boldly giving you solutions than I do. If we put our minds together, we could stop the 5G network and make something even better, the 5G plus network. We add a plus to it. That makes it better. Yeah, we profiled that last night. The 5G network is a big concern of mine. Unlike Trump, I don't embrace it as the solution to our telecommunication problems, because I don't even see a need for it. But I know it's inevitable, and like everything that is inevitable, we have to learn to adjust. So I created the 5G plus EMP safe network, which will be something we'll be able to deploy and provide safety in the event of an electromagnetic pulse. Well, you might think anybody could be a time traveler. If you think about it, do you really believe that if you were a time traveler, you'd come to this existence with your previous mind, your previous soul? Yeah, we're all possibly time travelers. I mean, the Buddhists believe that when you think about reincarnation. Anyway, let's not get too philosophical here, because this is really important. I read the stats last night disputing the bird deaths that occurred from eating the yew branch or the yew berry. I don't think the bird deaths died. Birds did not die from eating the yew berry. I don't buy the story. It's based on a few scientists who believe that. I still believe the 5G network that was fired up in the Netherlands about 2 or 3 months ago actually was exactly the cause of the bird death, and other animals too. You have a booklet from Disney. All the e-tickets are gone. I had a booklet with like 1 e-ticket, 2 D tickets, a C ticket, and 2 A tickets, and a B ticket. And I sold it online for $35. It was from like 1966. It sold in like a second. The Disney people are all over that. Yeah, I just can't see keeping that. Well, if a time traveler was in existence, say for instance I was one, yes, I don't believe I am, but I do have prenatal memories. The fact that I have these prenatal memories makes me think that maybe I was more conscious than most at birth. And in that case, thank you, Team Bob. In that case, my awareness is perhaps larger than yours. Not to brag, it's actually a burden. And they call these kids indigo children. And I think I was one of the early indigo kids as I look back on my history and my life. And when you worry about the environment like I do, and you take things serious like organic food, I actually built a business in the early 1980s to market organic food. And one of my clients that I visited with my marketing data, who got back to me after my big mailing across the country, was Safeway. And Safeway, I'll never forget the meeting I had. It was like almost surreal. I was like telling the guy about organic food, and everything was like clicking in his head. And he's like, wow, really? And I was like, yeah, I mean, and this can be sold to market, and you can expect to charge about 40% more based on the demand. And the organic food business will grow from there. And he said, God, this is awesome. And he's just like so inspired. And he was the general manager and buyer over at Safeway Markets for the country. And he said, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go for this. I said, okay, so what can I sell you out of my product line? And he said, nothing. I don't want your stuff. I'm going to build it myself. And he started the O brand. And it was my meeting with him that kicked the O brand off. So I'm really proud of that meeting. I didn't make a dime on it. But I read Rachel Carson's book, Silent Spring, when I was about 4 or 5 years old. And I was kind of ahead of my time, just learning about pesticides, DDT, and I began to become kind of obsessed about it, to the point where I'd have arguments with Monsanto representatives that came to my elementary school talking about how life itself wouldn't be possible without chemicals. And I said, that's just innately wrong. And I yelled at the guy. I mean, I was 7 years old screaming at this guy. And I gave him a good run for his money with my mouth at 7 years old, but I think we've been poisoned. I think the entire human race is being killed off slowly. And the more I looked into this, the whole process, it can't be haphazard that we're just ignoring the dangers of toxic chemicals. Then the CDC just turns a blind eye to vaccines and their dangers and the lack of testing. And thank goodness we have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. speaking out on behalf of the people now. I mean, my goodness, he really is like his dad. And I think we're very lucky to have that guy, because he's exposing the fact that they haven't tested these vaccines for 30 years. They don't do proper testing on various varieties of vaccines that are put in the loop that go into our body. And this is becoming kind of a wide open thing, and everybody in the Kennedy family is alienating him now. And he's receiving all this feedback from people that are his family members just because he's taken this hard line on anti-vaccinations. Anyway, we're here to worry about really the biggest problem facing us is the planet. You may think it's Russia. You may think it's a pending war with Iran. It's actually the planet. It's deeply hurt, and it's getting hit by all kinds of weird things like electromagnetic activity. It's virtually buzzing with electric energy, which it never had before. It's altered the magnetosphere and its relationship to the sun. Now that's a pretty heavy duty concept when we're literally having an effect on the sun itself, and solar activity has changed as a result of the magnetosphere changing. So we're creating this weird relationship that led to the polar vortex. Regardless of whether you believe in climate change or not, we did have a polar vortex last winter that hit 70 below zero in the Midwest. And other areas of the world were stricken with weird weather patterns. Now the Midwest is getting hit even more, and it's turning out to be like let's just say it's an engineered weather modification nightmare, which I think they're purposely doing to accelerate the concern that everyone has about climate change. I think they're purposely poisoning the atmosphere and accelerating it because they don't have any solutions. These people are not very creative. They're more than willing to just come up with some moronic idea like stick chemicals in the sky to clean it. And that's exactly what they did. They stuck chemicals in the sky to clean it, which is absurd. Why would we put chemicals in the sky to make it clean? Yeah, so it needs a little wake-up call for us to realize that we can't possibly expect to clean the atmosphere by dumping chemicals in it. So we are at that point where if we don't figure this out, it's quittance for the human race and every other species. And I'm not just a fearmonger, I'm actually just delivering a message for you. Yeah, sorry to have to tell you, but we're all going to end up eating the big one if this continues. Now, they're systematically poisoning the atmosphere. And they got control over the two parties, so Beto O'Rourke will not talk about chemtrails anytime soon. Ocasio-Cortez will not talk about chemtrails. I guarantee it. Nobody in the Democratic or Republican Party will deal with the reality that they are literally poisoning the air we breathe. Thanks for coming in, Ticking Time Bags. I'm morphing into a pink zebra, really? I didn't know you were sniffing that stuff there, Joe. Well, that's why I want to lead you to a better place. Yeah, I guess Howie just chickened out on Skype. I'll have to figure out how to send a group message again when Sarah comes in. Well, apparently I'm bearing a lot of the concern for the things that really you should care about. And at least I am thinking about it, so you got that covered. I've got your back. I definitely want to continue to clean the water and the air that we consume. That's my big priority here, is to get fresh water and clean air for people. So when I see a diesel driving guy run his engine right in front of a little 2-year-old child in front of a Home Depot, like I saw a few months ago, actually more like a year ago, I couldn't help but stand up and say something to the mother. I said, your kid is breathing diesel from this truck. And she immediately realized, oh, wow. And the guy who was driving the truck was some top Gun guy, who was like right out of one of those jet experiences, bought a brand new truck and was so proud of his diesel. And it was just spewing diesel right into this child's face. And I thought to myself, this is total BS. We have no control over what's going on with our breathing air. This is crazy. So we got a lot of work to do, and we can't just get rid of cars. I envision muffler filters on every vehicle paid for by the government, where you don't have to pay for them and it's not necessarily mandated initially. I think there's got to be a way to get money out of that muffler of yours, because 85% of the gas going into your car goes out your muffler. That's how inefficient our fuel engines are. Purposely, by the way. Yeah, well, we won't be doing a Burning Man. I'm going to do Atomic Man. Yeah, I'm trying to set up an Atomic Man gathering somewhere. I think that would be the awesome thing. You know, forget Burning Man. Let's go to Atomic Man. I just don't know the perfect place for it. The Gorge would be ideal out there in Washington because it's really near the Hanford Nuclear Waste Repository. It'd be like a cool place to just bring music and realize that we're just burning the planet to pieces, killing ourselves off. No, I don't do drugs. I've never done drugs in my life. I have smoked marijuana, which is an herb, so I don't consider that a drug. If you guys are on Valium, I mean, that's your thing. I mean, Vicodin, maybe you're into Vicodin. I like to watch my beautiful cat Fluffy's video in the pro cam section. That's what I enjoy. I'm high on life and pot. Whenever I need to relax, I'll vape a little pot. It really helps, and I'm telling you, we've just pulled up some really good data on the benefits of legal marijuana. There's a tremendous amount of good stuff out there. They're finding results are really plus 30% reduction in opioid addiction when people smoke marijuana. It helps with the come down effect of opioid addiction withdrawals. Isn't that amazing? So let me see if I can pull you up the data on that in case you have a drug addict in your family. You say, hey dude, move to a recreational state, man, you could get off of heroin, dude. Yeah, something like that. I'm going to do opioid now. Don't have it. Interesting. No, I must have it somewhere in my files. I'll just look for it later. But the hard science is there, showing a definite plus. It definitely helps people with opioid addictions. I'm your best friend for life? Really? Wow. That's an honor. I don't know, you want me to pick Elvis? I like Elvis. Elvis is playing on my beautiful cat Fluffy right now. Yes. The never-ending venue of support. Thank you for supporting me. So we've had some hardline contacts with some of the negative aspects of our political movement, so to speak. And that is the doubting Thomases, the people that don't believe what I'm saying is true. So we've had kind of a temporary rift while we're being faced with even more adversity and more censorship every day. And we're finding that a lot of people are not agreeing with me that I am censored, which really is a dividing line for me. Because I haven't done this for nothing, for 10 years, to encounter so much opposition at every level to be thought of as not censored. So yeah, car engines are really inefficient. We could easily get a lot of that fuel out of the muffler, but again, technologies have to be built to do that. I've got some really good ideas. I've actually pitched a few venture capitalists on some ideas, but I couldn't get one to bite because they wanted the actual product being sold to up to 100,000 people before they would buy it. I did a pitch for venture capitalists many years ago in this area because I've been focused on serious air pollution problems for years. I studied it. I actually pulled up all kinds of information in libraries and have a massive file on air particulates. And it was actually to create inventions that would solve these problems. But I'm still on board with the ideas that I have. I just couldn't get these venture capitalists to bite. They really want products on the market being sold to 100,000 people before they want to throw money at it. Well, it's not that I have ambitions or missions. I actually have ideas. These ideas are exportable. Donald Trump took 15 of my ideas just to win the election. He hasn't been able to lead the nation because he can't think on his feet. He seems to be locked in watching TV shows at night. Probably some porn on his iPhone. I don't know. But the guy doesn't seem too really engaged. If he was engaged mentally, we wouldn't be in these situations where we are. We're in areas of tactical errors that he has made that could have been avoided. For instance, the purposeful arrest of Meng of Huawei has led to a complete stop point in our relations with China. All it would take for him to do would be to release any charges against Meng. Within a day, we begin a dialogue with China on new issues. It wouldn't be that hard to correct this problem, but instead he went in the other direction and now has doubled down on his sanctions against Iran and has created a veritable possible embargo outside of Iran with our vessels. He's adding 1,500 troops to the Middle East, deploying, initiating a cycle of potential violence with a country that isn't even looking for a problem with us right now. He's overreacting in every area because of this one error that he made. And that was simply give vouchers to Iran for these economic sanctions, extend the vouchers, and we wouldn't have a problem here. But you see, logic isn't coming forward. Logic isn't making its way forward because Donald Trump doesn't have a logical mind. He has a reactionary mind. And that's a very dangerous thing for our country. Now, because the Democrats are so stalwart and slow in the process of getting anything, including contempt charges filed against William Barr and now Mnuchin, this is like watching paint dry. I mean, this is ridiculous. The Democrats don't have any leads because the leaders are fallible, weak, pathetically greedy people like Ocasio-Cortez and Beto O'Rourke. Those are the leaders in the Democratic Party that could spearhead this plan. But they don't have the brains to do it either. But if Donald Trump just rewarded Meng with no charges, sorry for the inconvenience, that type of thing, it would be a big step in the right direction. And then he can pull down his veil of anger at Iran, which seems to be unwarranted. And at this time, we don't need to move toward global nuclear war. But because Donald can't make those decisions, we are moving toward global nuclear war. And there's an even greater reason for it right now.
Grandpa's one of the good guys.
That's nice of you to say.
No, I'm not saying. He knows I mean it.
Oh,
I genuinely mean it.
that's good to hear.
This guy's more integrity than his little finger in the book.
Bigger shot, come on in.
Do you know what my dad used to say? Your granddaughters have one important job. Take care of the pop. That's the most important one.
Okay, to the gentleman with the baby, could you guys come over to the front? Okay, yeah, can I get a couple of you, just can you here?
It's a long day, walking in this thing.
Okay.
That's right in by the
Abby, you have some? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, he just told this woman, this 13-year-old girl that he was really horny around her. Okay, we have a copy of that audio. And he also said that he has a film he made with his daughter Ashley. Ask about the film I made with my daughter Ashley, he said. So I'd like to know about the film, Biden. Yeah. Tell the world about the film you made with your daughter Ashley. So because of Donald Trump's bluster and his incessant desire to call this a hoax and now a coup, and not even admit that Russia had any effect on our election, and all his bluster seems like cover. It does seem like a diversion, too, that he'd want to attack Iran and destabilize relations with China. But it does seem like a diversion, but it's also a lot of bluster which covers something else. Now, if there's something else up his sleeve, I would guess that that could be maybe he's installing Russians in our government right now. Yeah. So Russia has a whole stable of people that have already been trained in English that can actually fit right into our government and wouldn't even know the difference. Yeah, that's our biggest concern. Yeah, so there's something he's doing, and it's not even a mastermind thing here. He's just a puppet for the people that want to do this. They want to stack this entire system against our own national sovereignty and put this puppet president in front of us who would sell out to anybody. He's not prosecuting Hillary. I got news for you alt-right people. There'll never be a prosecution of Hillary. Hillary is a Zionist, just like Biden and Trump. They're on the same team. You Republicans voted for the Zionists, who, like Hitler was a Zionist, have one goal in mind, and that's global New World Order. Sorry I had to tell you the truth, but that's what's going on. And this one, where Biden walks up and grabs this woman, you saw this last week. This is pretty bizarre. She literally had to take his arms off of her back. Look at this. So she had to grab his hands. Here he drops his hands. She literally grabbed his hands and pulled him off. No, he checked out. I don't think that Scissorfight believes that I'm being censored. I think he may think that I'm not being censored. That's my suspicion. And I mean, it's ridiculous. I have had locked... No, that was not his wife. That was creepy Uncle Joe meeting some woman on stage. Recently. That was just a few days ago, May 18th. He's still up to his old ways. But a lot of people who don't believe that I'm being censored really aren't on the same page as the third party is. Because we've been doing this for 10.5 years, and we've been facing adversity after adversity, and apparently he didn't believe that. And he also didn't believe that people were getting paid a lot of money to attack us. Yeah. So I think he just checked out. He thinks it's some sort of a delusion that these people are making lots of money. It's their line of BS that they put out that they're making a lot of money. They're covering for the fact that they admitted early on that they made a lot of money. So now they're turning the whole thing into a joke, but the reality is they made a lot of money censoring us. So, his loss, you know. What can I say? I was here 7 years before he came on board. So I'm 10.5 years into this. You can't begin to imagine what it takes to do a show every single day for 10 years, let alone 3 or 4 years. Very few people could even get to this point within 1 year. So this level of endurance can only be achieved through focus and having higher principles and realizing that there are things that are way above our heads. No. Pete Buttigieg, I don't have anything personally against his homosexuality, but that gig he's got going in his butt, that's just, it doesn't jive with his speech about religion. He attacked Ted Cruz on a religious basis, and Ted Cruz has had a lot of problems. Trump called his wife a prostitute, ridiculous stuff like that. But he called out Ted Cruz, Buttigieg did, and accusing him of religious, issues. When you've got a gig in your butt and you're taking on religion as your defense, that's just wrong. That's slamming all the religious Christians and even Muslims. Everybody is just not cool with the idea that you want to have gay sex in God's eyes. Now, a lot of Christians say, hate the sin, love the sinner. And that's fine if you want to love Mr. Buttplug. But the reality is he's using religion as his defense. And it's clearly, in the Bible, it's considered an abomination to lay with the same sex. So, Ted's I've actually grown to respect Ted more than I ever realized. As a Republican goes, he's more of a Tea Party guy. I like the Tea Party people in the Republican Party. I don't see him as a complete hypocrite, but it doesn't really matter. But I do see Buttigieg as a total hypocrite. You can't use religion in your defense against people when you're openly gay and you're standing there Yeah. Yeah, you can love unconditionally, but I don't have to love a man who's running for president unconditionally when he's violating the Bible's basic tenet. Now, had Obama admitted that he's a homosexual, it would have been great. But he didn't. Barack Obama is gay. He was in a gay relationship with Reggie Love for 3.5 years, a known homosexual. And in lieu of all these things, he's married to a transgender named Michelle Obama. And I'm not making this up. Barack Obama even wrote recently in his book, his new book, that he lusted after his college professor a couple times. Especially since he visited his college professor privately in the Oval Office a couple times, which is kind of weird. But Michelle definitely has a penis. And anybody who's looking at this video can see up close and personal the junk going on in her pants there. Okay, this is your quiet time with Michelle's penis. All right. I hope that was enough to convince you of the truth, because I don't really have anything better than that. I've got a lot of photographs of a bump in the middle of her pants, but Dr. Evil would love Facebook's global coin. Really? That's exciting. Dr. Evil. More than 2 billion users spending one currency controlled by one billionaire. What's to worry about? Yeah, really. Sometimes even bitter billionaire rivals need each other. Mark Zuckerberg and the Winklevoss twins fell out over the founding of Facebook Inc., but they appear to have buried the hatchet over the blockchain. According to the FT Gemini, the crypto exchange founded by the Wink Levy has held talks with Facebook over the social network's plan to roll out its own cryptocurrency. Wow, Facebook is really desperate when they have to come up with their own cryptocurrency. They're already losing people left and right on their network because of the terrible username and password violations. Everywhere you wonder, how could these people possibly continue to be successful when they're reckless with people's username and data. 180 million exchanges of information with companies like Cambridge Analytica. Clearly, there's a problem here. And Mark Zuckerberg is at the center of that problem. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how to protect your privacy. He's more than willing to set up an intranet for countries like China, which he did. No, I didn't accidentally mute him. He really deserved a mute, but I'll unmute him. All right. The huge problem was that Obama was never vetted. We still don't know anything about him, except maybe he's a serial liar like Trump. I know. All right, so they've got a new possible merge with Facebook and the Winklevoss twins. They're working together. Mark Zuckerberg and the Winklevoss twins, of course, invested a lot in Bitcoin, And Bitcoin was big, and now Mark Zuckerberg is entertaining working with them to build a cryptocurrency for Facebook. I'll be darned. So what's happening is we've got a Facebook group over here. Excuse me, we've got a Periscope show over here that has one camera on the side. I don't know if I should jump. Let me skip cameras and see if I can get over there now. I'm going to drop out of this camera because it's kind of bothering me. Facebook, Periscope may have a slight outage. So for some reason we were being DDoSed at the beginning of our show, so we can go on there now. Great. All right. Your Apple team stopped, your Apple phone, iPhone stopped working. Wow. Okay, so we're now doing Periscope. Let's see if it works. Yay.
Good.
Good. All right, thank you. I had a real problem getting on. I had to go through that backup thing. I'm going to keep this up just in case. We never did send out a group link for Skype, and I could probably do that somehow, but I forgot how to do it. I think you have to go to My Contacts.
Oh, I don't know. Home chats, maybe.
Chats. Now, I used to grab the old chats of the past,
Yeah.
but I had to get rid of them
Why?
because they were completely contaminated with the gang stalkers. So originally we had like a third-party chat, and I had to get rid of both of them because they had all this terrible stuff on it. So
I think plus chat.
yeah, let's try that. New group chat. There you go. Just write third party. Thank you. All right, let's try that. Then we can invite you guys into a phone call, a Skype call. Yeah, so my beautiful cat Fluffy was kind of shocked that we lost our super op over at,
Add people.
yeah,
Like,
you can add Howie. Definitely add Howie. He wanted to get in there. Mad Dog could come in there. All right, DT Laura can come in there. You can add her.
I don't know which one she's lived on.
Yeah. All right. That's good enough. But we've had a falling out with him, and our super op, I believe, just didn't agree with me on the censorship. And I think he felt that I was being duped into believing that they have made lots of money on the censorship, when I, in fact, know that they've made lots of money on the censorship. So it's hard for me to imagine somebody not realizing what I know and trusting my vision and my realization and still being a supporter. So
And up here.
it's at the top. Add share link.
Share link.
Great. Okay. Yeah, let's click that and then copy link to Qtboard, and then we'll open up Vaughn over here and we'll put it in there.
Where's it at?
I'll just do, in order to open Vaughn, I need Opera. Let me go to Opera, hang on.
Okay, guys.
That's not important.
I'll just do it here. It might work better.
No worries.
Yeah, so I think people have to understand, anybody can come and go in the show. I'm not angry. If you want to come back, you're welcome to come back, but you got to understand, I've been doing this for 10.5 years, and there's no way that I'm being trolled by just a bunch of losers. I'm being trolled by professionals, and they've been coming in hard, and we've got proof of that all the way up to the top of the pyramid financially. They actually tried to take down our name, third party, lawyers from people that represent the Rothschild family. They literally wanted to take over our name. And I'm trying to tell you, this is a concerted effort of people with unlimited funds to stop us. That's kind of hard for people to understand. And it's especially hard for good people to know that bad people are making a lot of money going after me. But they are. I hate to tell you, but they are. I hate to blow your bubble, but they're making a lot of money. I'm not a materialistic person. I don't really think in those terms. But these people are making a lot of money. Way more than you can imagine. All right.
Okay, there we go. It's Memorial Day weekend. Yay. So glad. Like, I just plan on... I did bring home 3 baskets to sift through of papers, but, you know, for the 3 days of the Memorial Day weekend, who knows if I'll get through it. Tonight, I'm just gonna... I don't know, behavior. Yeah, no worries, Allura. Skype is as unused as AOL. You might be right, Psycho. What is used the most besides probably Gmail, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram? That's it? Is that all? I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad to be with you all here tonight. And news, of course, people read the news, but I guess that's it. Yeah, I plan to just relax tonight. And, oh yeah, Facebook, WhatsApp, WeChat. Having used WhatsApp, WeChat's more from China, right? I like your advice. Good advice, 977. If you like what you're doing, stick with it. I do like what I'm doing, so I'll stick with it. I don't like flies, though. That's the only problem with making compost. I ended up patching some fruit flies. Totally unintentional side effect. Oh well. WeChat has individual and group text, voice, and video, but not like a chat room kind of like this. It's a cool bird video. I know my friend, I think she had WeChat when she went to China, and I think I added it on my phone just so I could communicate with her while she was in China. But then after she got back, I think I took it off my phone. I like the old days of, I don't know if it was AOL or what it was, but where you could, you know, chat with people in your local area and then get to know them. That was good. IQs are falling in the Western world. That could have some big implications. Is it the same IQ, or are they changing the IQ test? Wow. But sex working straight mornings, just all mornings. Wow. That bird is pretty funny. Thanks for sharing, beautiful cat Fluffy. Yesterday, well, Wednesday and Thursday were beautiful days. Wednesday was an amazing day for me. Anyway, so yesterday I wore this nice skirt. And then today I thought I would wear a skirt or a dress, and I did, and I wear short sleeves. I didn't even take the sweater that I'm wearing. Then it was raining on and off today. Like, cold. I don't think I've warmed up, and I'm feeling a little loopy. I'm hoping I'm not getting I don't think I'm getting sick or anything, but I just don't feel my normal chipper self right now. The world is getting more complex. Our ability to solve problems is diminishing. Fortunately, they have a few people out there like me that can still solve problems. But you're right, there's not that many. But, you know, put it out there and who knows, maybe more people will tinker with problems and solve them. All right. Your boss likes your work. That's a compliment, but you're just so tired. Yeah. You know what hard work will get you? More work. That's what it tends to do. Yeah, more work, not a raise. Company's cheap. Yeah. Don't work more than you feel like you're worth. But I say that, but I don't do. I should. I say that, but I don't actually do that. Live by that statement. I do work hard. Harder than I maybe should. I really should leave my work at work and all of that. I am trying to like simplify. So I've gone through, I have like these file drawers, and I've gone through most of my file drawers. I'm down to like maybe 3 or 4 inches worth of files, but then I have these baskets too. So maybe 2 feet worth of papers to go through. Today I got rid of another inch of papers. Every inch I'm like, yes, another inch of papers I can get rid of. I have these all massive papers I'm thinking of just putting out for letting the kids take them. I do love what I do. Like after school today, I had this plant I told you that I thought it was kinnikinnick. My friend thinks it's a boxwood. I still think it's kinnikinnick. Anyway, I transplanted it from underneath my deck, and today I had been sitting in a pot since at least last weekend. And so today I finally it needs to get into the ground. So I went out and planted it on my school grounds. So that was definitely a little bit of work, and cleaning out the compost system before the 3-day weekend. You like the people you work with, but you don't like your actual work. That's difficult. I mean, because working with people you like, there's a lot to be said about that. But not liking what you do? I don't know. I like what I do for the most part. I don't like management. I mean, I like managing and like I like organization and things like that. I'm very good at that, but helping people be better people. In other words, like classroom management, like you should be nicer to guest teachers when they're teaching you in a specialist subject, and you need to write an apology letter, and no, you don't. You shouldn't throw things in the classroom, or I don't like those. Do I have an opinion on both parents working and the effects on their kids' education? Well, you know, my hats go off to these parents that are working hard to support their children. And the thing is that, yeah, there are a lot of situations where both parents are working, and they're doing the best that they can to help their children. Of course, their children's education, it takes a village to raise a child, and yes, teachers need the support of home life. And if there were some way that, you know, you could have, when kids are home, you know, get a job where, if parents could get a job where they're at work when the kids are at school, that would be really ideal, so they could still interact with their children and talk with their children. One of the things that I would say, though, is instead of focusing so much on homework, playing games with your children is so valuable. There's some simple games you can do, like with dice and money, to get them to understand the value of money. Is don't break the bank, it's called. And so you can say, okay, you can choose any money, but anyway, you roll the dice. It's pennies, nickels, dimes, and you roll the dice, and then it's, well, you roll the dice 7 times. Each time the child can choose, like, they're going to take the number on the dice in pennies and nickels or dimes, and then they add it up, and if they go over $1, then they broke the bank. But that's a good way to just like play a game rather than work on worksheets, and the kids don't realize that they're gaining skills in adding and looking at numbers, and that's a really young game that you can do. But other than that too, you know, just playing Monopoly, dominoes, cards, because kids are going to remember that time spent with parents playing those games much more than they remember, oh, that awesome worksheet in 5th grade. Even though there is more research says that if you study in different locations, you do learn more. There's this book called How Do We Learn really changes the way we have often thought about learning. In fact, having music on when you're learning is a really good thing, and it doesn't have to be classical music. But anyway, so yes, it would be great if kids had parents that could support them and didn't have to work, but everyone has their own story and their own life and their own decisions that they have to make. And you know, sometimes both parents have to work in order to provide their child with the life that they want them to, in order to pay rent, to be in a decent house. And I love this quote: children, or anyone for that matter, people that need our love the most often ask for it in the most unloving ways. You know, they might whine and complain and throw fits, and they're the ones that need us to love them, show them the way. All right. What are you guys looking forward to this Memorial Day weekend? Are you going to go to I just learned something. I should have known this, but Memorial Day used to be called Decoration Day, because after the Civil War, they would go out and decorate the graves of the fallen soldiers. You use WeChat? You think it's good? Yeah, I've only used it once, like I said. Oh, thanks, my Mad Dog's Backyard. Iran's top military chief issues a threat. Our hands are on the trigger. Oh, God. So why I don't like reading the news. It's just so negative. I mean, I suppose I should know what's happening in the news, but really, it's just... if I were in charge of the military and could do something about it, I would. But since I'm not, do I really want to know about it and just be more fearful? Because there's nothing I can do to change it. Even though people claim I'm popular. The Pentagon has plans to send 10,000 more to the Middle East. They want to beef up defense against Iran. The administration reaction is unknown. Video from Rome shows a man stuck on the ledge of a burning building. Wow. The firefighters brought a crane to rescue him. I know chat is very, very slow right now. I don't know what that is. Gonna barbecue this weekend at home. Nice. Add the one. We don't own a barbecue. So we've thought about barbecuing and buying a barbecue, but we don't currently own a barbecue. Okay, according to a dermatologist, androgenetic alopecia, hypothyroidism, low levels of vitamin D and iron, and traction alopecia are among the most common reasons behind hair loss. Basically, take your vitamin D and your iron. I probably should take more of that. Yeah, good point, Mad Dog's Backyard. Start drinking already. I was just thinking about that this morning, about how I don't like to drink because I like to be in full control of my faculties. Yeah, I don't drink at all. There's a prescription called finasteride. It's the gold standard for men for dealing with hair loss. But the combination of some vitamins can help someone dealing with hair loss who isn't looking to go pharmaceutical. David said one of the ones he didn't like, I don't know, he talked about hair things and something he didn't like. He started taking it and then it seemed like it grew other things, not just hair. You used to drink and that cost you a lot of money. That's good. You take 5,000 vitamin D3 daily. I should do that more often. You're a big meat eater? How many days a week do you eat meat? Mine is probably down to how many days a month I eat meat. I might, and if it's that week where I need to boost my iron, then I eat like maybe 2 or 3 days. But then for the whole month, I could say I only eat like 5, maybe at most 6 days a month, I would say. And that's at the most. Three days a week you eat meat. They all must be depressed with how much they drink. I agree. I'm not depressed. I am tired, but not depressed. They talk about a marine collagen supplement. You eat one steak 3 nights a week. Well done. I eat a steak maybe maybe just once a month. Yeah, once or twice a month. Once a month, but for 2 days, so twice a month. Iron deficiency and anemia cause hair loss. Diet Cancer Risk Study Index. David's always said diet can play a role in cancer. Especially is always saying, that's GMO, we gotta avoid that. That's GMO, we gotta avoid that. Thousands of cancer diagnoses are tied to poor diet, according to a study. An estimated 80,110 new cancer cases among 20 adults and older in the U.S. in 2015 were attributed simply to eating a poor diet. Low intake of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, dairy, high intake of processed meats, red meats, and sugary beverages such as soda. Low whole grain consumption was associated with the largest cancer burden in the U.S., followed by low dairy intake, high processed meat intake, low vegetable and fruit intake, high red meat intake, and high intake of sugar sweetened substances, sweetened beverages. More whole grains. Yeah, that's true. Have I been on this entire time since you left? I don't know. Been on for a while. People who frequently eat organic foods lowered their overall risk of developing cancer, according to a study published last year in the medical journal JAMA Internal Medicine. Well, that's what David does. It's all about the organic, non-GMO. Previous studies provide strong evidence that a high consumption of processed meat increased the risk of colorectal cancer, and a low consumption of whole grains increased the risk of colorectal cancer. Their study quantified the number and proportion of new cancer cases that are attributed to poor diet at a national level. Colon and rectal cancer had the highest number and proportion of diet-related cases. 38%. Men 45 to 64 years old and ethnic minorities, including blacks and Hispanics, had the highest proportion of diet-associated cancer burden compared with other groups. Diet is among the few modifiable risk factors for cancer prevention. Ultra-processed foods, or 60% of the calories in an average American diet come from ultra-processed foods. You may protect yourself from cancer by avoiding ultra-processed foods, choosing organic foods, research has shown. They were more likely, people who primarily ate organic foods were more likely to ward off non-Hodgkin lymphoma and postmenopausal breast cancer. We face a 14% higher risk of early death with each 10% increase in the amount of ultra-processed foods we eat. Okay. Yeah, I mean, eating something once in a while is fine, but right. I probably need to eat more fruits and vegetables. I do like fruits and nuts and David will be like, see, I told you, I've been saying this for years. They finally listened to me. Like, yes, yes, David, you're right. Yeah, true, Reptoid. You've never eaten any fruit, ever? Is it your Crohn's disease, you avoid fruit because of that? A federal judge blocks Trump from using defense funds for parts of a border wall. And weapons worth $8 billion are headed to the Middle East over Congress's objections. Trump invokes the emergency powers to sidestep Congress and sell arms to Saudi Arabia. It's been years since you ate fruit. I love fruit. Jaime Klaus's kidnapper, or Jamie Klaus's kidnapper, gets life in prison without parole. Oh, Theresa May has resigned. Trump is giving Barr authority to declassify documents related to 2016 campaign surveillance. A migrant woman's family is suing the Border Patrol for $100 million over a fatal shooting. An ex-GOP congressman calls for Trump's impeachment, saying he's an illegitimate president. This is ridiculous. Private companies are building an exoskeleton around Earth. That is so ridiculous. It actually makes me so... It infuriates me. I don't know where it is. David knows where the Mr. Right song is. SpaceX and its competitors plan to envelop the planet with thousands of small objects in the next few years. Okay, wait, this is satellites around Earth, like this exoskeleton. which is growing thicker every year with each new launch. The newest additions come from SpaceX. They launched 60 satellites into orbit Thursday night. The first batch of thousands of satellites that will someday beam internet down to Earth. Once in orbit, they will fan out like spreading a deck of cards on a table and unfurl solar arrays to soak up the sunlight they'll use to power themselves. Well, maybe that actually will help. Okay, never mind. I don't mind that too much, as long as there's enough sun to grow our plants. Now imagine how many things you read every day that upset you. And then it's the internet, right? Like, that's why oftentimes I avoid going on the internet. There's just so much negative news out there. On Friday morning, all 60 satellites had come online. The effort is called Starlink. It will provide convenient and reliable internet service, ideally throughout the world. 60 is just the beginning. Elon Musk hopes to deploy as many as 12,000 satellites to furnish the constellation. He says Starlink will connect the globe with reliable and affordable high-speed broadband services. Right now, about 5,000 satellites are in orbit around the Earth in total. Only 2,000 of those are still functioning, and they're just leaving the 3,000 up there to...
It's just junk right now. Space junk.
Wow. Well, that would, prevent the sun from hitting Earth. It'll hit the satellites first, and maybe that would prevent global warming.
Yeah, they could all turn their solar panels to reflect the sun for us. That'll take away a small fraction of the sun's energy from us.
That's better than spraying toxic chemicals in the atmosphere.
Yeah, and what gets me is aluminum is reflective up until it's oxidized, which is almost immediately. Then it becomes black.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah. Wow, you got quite a following here. The applause button works great, huh?
Very popular.
You are among the applause button people. Yeah. So. Huh?
Sorry I didn't say goodnight to all my fans.
Oh, I didn't mean to, cut you short there. Yeah, Sarah said goodnight to all her fans, and I'm saying hello to all my fans. Lots of applesauce, applause, yeah. So why would my watch say 2:40, then 2 minutes later say 4:41? Time warp, alien abduction. You accidentally hit the tuning device on it. All three of those possibilities could occur. Time warp, alien abduction, or you just touch the thing. So Sadi says good night, Sarah. Yeah, so we're kind of lowering our tone, not really getting too excited for Friday night because there's nothing really left. The stock market dropped nearly 200 points. Donald Trump is continuing to wage potential war against every country he wants to, just to divert our attention from the ongoing Russian investigation, which continues to go on because there's still more and more evidence that Donald Trump colluded with the Russians. And all his storming around trying to obstruct now, claiming he's not going to sign any infrastructure bill until they stop investigating him, is yet another example of what they've been dealing with for the past 2 years, according to the Mueller report. He stormed around the White House telling Don McGahn to fire Mueller. That's obstruction of justice. Now he's doing it again. He's holding our country, hijacking our country's budget over the ending of the investigation. This is ridiculous. And now threatening a hoax, threatening he's going to attack Democratic FBI agents like Strzok. Fine, go for it. But I doubt he's going to ever prosecute Hillary Clinton. All right. Operator standing by. Go ahead. Timmy. Yes, Timmy, go ahead. What can I do for you, man? Hang on just a second. I didn't hear what you said, Timmy. Could you listen to this real quick? Because I think it'd be better if you listen to this instead of facing felony charges for threatening my life. Because you're talking to Mr. Right, buddy, and that means you're going down when you go against me. Sorry to say, but I'm on the right side of truth. You're on the wrong side. You're on evil's side, buddy. Timmy, you're going down.
Mr. Right, too good. Just bring my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good to be true.
All right, yeah, right on. Right arm. Yeah, so Manafort, Flynn, Roger Stone, Michael Cohen, Kushner, and Donald Trump Jr. are all Trump associates that met with Russians before the election. And I believe it was to end sanctions, and they only met one person, the lady to end sanctions, the attorney. So, of course, no, all of those people met 127 times. They met various Russian oligarchs. I think Donald Trump Jr. got $50,000 on one meeting with the Russian oligarchs. Yeah, I think Jared got paid too. Carter Page, he was told by the FBI that the Russians are recruiting you. He ignored the advice, and he just went ahead and met with the Russians anyway. So all this is very, very suspicious. Very suspicious. And it's not going to go away anytime soon. So you people who are trying to support Donald Trump as he props up the New World Order are really out to lunch. Donald Trump is owned and bought. They own him. And you people are stupid enough to fall for his lies incessantly. It's crazy. You don't sweep me off my feet. Well, screw you, Joe. Amazon reportedly wants to 3D scan your body for a $25 gift card. Oh yeah, who doesn't want that? Can you imagine? He thinks we're all a bunch of money-hungry greedmongers who are willing to give up our personal privacy like our body part. Nobody's going to scan my body part, man. I don't even go through Rapid Scanner. Those people would be standing there going, oh my God, look at this. Dude, you ought to come over here. Check this out. Amazon wants to learn about your body, but you won't be allowed to talk about what happens. Can you, what is this? What is his problem? He gives you a $25 gift card just to scan your body. I mean, this is up there with Hitler's lure into Auschwitz. They actually told the Jews during 1930s that Auschwitz was a resort, like a place to go to enjoy the swimming pools. Amazon wants to scan your body. No problem. Nothing to worry about there. And we don't know if that radiation will affect our DNA. There is evidence that can alter DNA. Well, Dr. Scholl's can do that because they use pressure-sensitive plates, chat room celebrity. Yeah. I've done it myself, yeah. Sarah found a lot of things out about her shoes at, I believe it was a Nike store that had that Dr. Scholl's thing in it. No, I think a lot of the foot fetish sites are propagated from old hush puppy ads that were common during the 1930s and 1960s. I'm making that up. But no, I think a lot of people who are focused mostly on feet, there probably is more than enough pictures of feet out there for people. It's like one of the most popular visual references you can find. Well, the ones that really kind of freak me out and others are the ones that want to look at clothed women wearing their skirts kind of and have the video kind of like looking slightly to the side of their skirts. Those are the ones that really are amazing. I think they call them the upskirt fetish people. I went on a friend of mine's computer one time just because I had to access my email, and he had this picture of a woman, just, it was an MPEG. It was just a woman sitting there with her stockings on. Her feet was, there was nothing showing. So that's what he really liked to see that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Some men are really kind of odd that way. They don't want to look at porn. Right. The non-porn group of men. There you go. You can't sit cross-legged anymore. Of course not. That would be terrible. Okay, if you think you're turning gay, don't go to 102.5 FM The Straight in Port Angeles. Yeah. The Straight. I used to listen to this thing on the radio. 5 former priests charged with sexual misconduct, just the tip of the iceberg. Really? Oh, wow. Detroit. Calls to tip line led to the arrest of 5 former Michigan priests over alleged allegations of sexual misconduct. Good. They're starting in to find these pedophile priests. That's a good start. Okay, we estimate we are only 5 to 10% at most through the information that we currently possess. That's good. I know Pope Francis is certainly stepping up his efforts to try to stop these pedos at the highest level. Cardinal McCarrick has been reprimanded. Cardinal Pell is facing trial. I guess he's found guilty. Yeah. So I think Pope Francis is trying to make amends, and he's getting a lot of flack from the other pontiff, former Pope. Actually, he is still Pope Benedict, and he's getting together a group of people claiming that Pope Francis is committing heresy. Yeah, you don't read about that in the Catholic News Times, do you? But Francis is actually going up against the hierarchy as he's trying to prosecute these priests, and I guess he's getting a lot of flack for it. It's hard to say where they're coming from at any given time. Boy, that Amazon.com thing wanting to scan your bodies, I'm going to put that in my Flipboard under, I don't know, let's see, police state. Yeah. Actually, I'm having a hard time resolving my host. I've had a problem getting through the internet. I think I'm being hit by some sort of a wave of BS coming at me on the internet. I'm not sure what it is. I do know that our option of creating another show is still available. We have a Skype room available for anybody who wants to Skype us. But I noticed Pitoro's not here tonight, so I guess we won't be Skyping with him. Look at this, Dave. Okay. Yeah, my internet signal is being attacked. I'm having a hard time opening up pages and things. I think I'm being DDoSed right now. But somehow it's getting through. I noticed my download speed was compromised and my upload speed was compromised earlier in the show. Yeah, it's kind of like a half DDoS, you know, a half-ass DDoS. Look, Dave, I gave you Trump link. Trump will disgrace Memorial Day by pardoning convicted and accused war criminals. Okay, good. Let me see if I can open these over here easier. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I'm having better luck over there through my VPN. How can a VPN be faster than a direct connection? Isn't that weird? Yeah, VPN's bouncing off Singapore and I got a faster connection over there. Okay, here we go. On the morning of May 25th, 2017 in West Milwaukee, Wisconsin, add the one showing us this. A mentally ill man died after being tased 18 times by police. Oh my gosh. I remember this. Mentally ill 22-year-old man was naked in the hallway, talking about the devil and his brother. Wow.
He did say he was going to kill himself, so I don't know. When did you say that? When I was up here. And he said, then he also said, am I going to go to heaven? You heard that. I know you
Go get the door.
Trammell had not brandished a weapon or threatened anyone.
We're going to have to force our way. We don't want to do that.
Hold on with it.
Step away from the door. Brandon, we need to see a hand. Brandon, we just want to make sure you're okay. Let me see your hand.
Come on.
All right. Hand.
You're not listening.
Hand. Brandon. Just come on out, okay? Come on out. Come on out. Come on out, okay? Brandon. Brandon. Come on out. What's wrong? All right. I need you to come on out. Brandon, I need you to come on out. Brandon.
Listen to what he's telling you.
You're going to get tased.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen enough. Yeah, you know, and tasing somebody around water is doubly dangerous. If you want to see the remainder of the violent portion of the video, you'll have to wait till our video section tonight. Yeah. He's naked taking a shower. There's nothing wrong, yeah. He wasn't on any drugs. He's mentally disabled. My goodness. Well, he died 18 times with electricity flying around in water. I mean, it amplifies it. He was electrocuted, yeah. I'm not going to play some poor guy getting tased. My God, Zeno, what are you, into snuff movies or something? What's your problem? What are you, a freak? Well, don't answer that. You probably are. Okay, we're going to go over to Trump will disgrace Memorial Day, and I'll see if I can get this up here. I've got it over on the other. I'm having a hard time downloading anything through my Ethernet. It takes forever for something to come up. I go through my VPN and it's like that. Can somebody explain that to me? You'd think the opposite. It is wrong for cops to do anything like that. As you know, I was swatted in 2015, and it was terrible. I had to interrupt my show. Police were outside. They'd already set up an entire SWAT attack. $30,000 they spent on this attack. They brought in like 15 guys with AR-15s, laser sightings. Pointed it right at my head. Had like 10 or 15 laser sightings at my head, you know. And I'm going down. I had to lay down in my curb outside the house in the grass, face first, where they cuffed me. Yeah, it took about 10 minutes for them to go into my house without a warrant and grab whatever they wanted, but they didn't grab anything. They just were looking for weapons and somebody dangerous. But yeah, 10 minutes later they released me, but they didn't even say I'm sorry. And you know what sticks out in my mind? And I was really calm through this whole thing. I had to be. What sticks out in my mind is the cop who was holding the gun on me. He was sweating like a stuck hog. And he was holding the gun like this. And you could see he's like scared shitless. He didn't know. he could have hit that trigger with a finger. It would have been like no big deal. It was like, boom, I would have been dead. He was like totally unworthy of the position of a SWAT guy. These guys get 2 days training. No, she went into a cop car where they interrogated her. They get like 2 days training to do this. No, neighbors didn't film anything. The whole neighborhood was cleared with a reverse 911 call. Nobody was allowed to go out of their house. And all based on some kid that called up and made a terrible prank. And I think we know who did it, except the cops don't want to admit it. I received a threatening call from a sheriff just about 3 weeks prior, who claimed to be law enforcement with the same exact voice. Anyway, they never published a police report. And the guy I ran against in the previous year election happened to be a sheriff. And during that following year, he tried to pass a bill to get rid of all access, public access to police records. He's on record doing that too. So not only is there no evidence that that SWAT event ever occurred, there's no police report, no incident report. It's an open case, so I can sue whenever and if ever I ever want to. It's wide open. There's no statute of limitations on it. My neighbors treat me fine. I mean, I'm a good person. I've never done anything bad, but I was a victim of a SWAT attack. No, I can't find anything out. No, the fake call came in through one of those anonymous 800 numbers where they redirect and use the call that's completely untraceable. Well, who do you think I'm going to sue? Bingo? My God. Oh, yeah. I've never really been treated differently, no. I don't have any problem with anybody. But I don't really get to know my neighbors too well. I have a neighbor next door that I know pretty well. It's best not to know your neighbors too well. No, they have every right to. I have every right to use blackface whenever I want as a freedom of speech fact. Yeah, I did it because I had to impersonate a New World Order puppet president named Barack Obama. When I saw a guy pretending to be Christian when he was Muslim, pretending to be straight when he was gay, married to a transgender, which we found out later is Michael LaVaughn Robinson, I had to do something to stop the New World Order at that point. So doing the blackface was the least I could do. I don't have any neighbors hating me. No, that's just not true. What? Yeah, nobody. I have no neighbors that hate me. No. You're becoming irrelevant. We're going to put you out on the pasture for 5 minutes. You know what all your neighbors are on, even though you never speak to them. So you look at your neighbors and you say, oh, that guy's on meth, that guy's on coke, that guy's on ecstasy, that woman's on ecstasy. So you label your neighbors based on the drugs that they appear to be on. What do you need to know? Cipro is one of the strongest antibiotics out there. What do you need to know? I'm not a doctor or pharmacologist or pharmacist. You'd love to love next to you, it. Muslim Steve, are you speaking with Google Translate? So you remember everybody based on what they appear to be doing drug-wise. Wow. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend. You already figured out what she's on when you meet them. It's like, oh yeah, she's on Adderall. You can tell by her aberrant touching of her face and strange twitch in her hand. You know that people who could have hormonal deficiencies and not even know it, and they appear to be on drugs? You don't know what kind of person you're talking to. Yeah, you have no idea. A person can have shaking hands and have a hormone problem, not methamphetamines. But if they're like, they're coming down off something. Yeah, I grew up in an area, a small town called Los Angeles, California, the city. My name's David. I'm not a cop. I was on the beat that night talking to a few heroin addicts in the Venice, California area. One guy was pitching TVs and free anything you wanted, and I didn't fall for it. It could be Parkinson's, right? Could be people coming down off of their CBD oil, which they need in order to prevent them from shaking. You can smell diabetes. Really? What does it smell like? The smell of diabetes. You know, a guy used to be going through heroin withdrawal, withdrawing from heroin, and he told people he had Parkinson's. You can smell the insulin, like boiled sweets. Well, aren't you special? Diabetes is one of the cruelest illnesses of all. It lures you in with sweets and then takes your legs. Vitamin B1 stops the Parkinson's. Well, I see CBD oil is giving people relief from Parkinson's. Yeah, you've seen this guy. I've shown it to you before. He's kind of famous now for his lack of Parkinson's. Yeah, we have a video of a guy who pretty much managed to subdue his symptoms with a little CBD oil in his cheek, between his cheek and gum. Just put a little pinch between your cheek and gum and start to feel better. Yeah, CBD oil is really good. THC is good for people too. Yeah, here, let me show you this guy. He's pretty amazing.
Hi, Larry. How are you?
Come in.
Let's see. How you feeling?
It's been a bit of a rough week.
Really? And the best way to take it is put it under your tongue and rub it in your cheek. Don't do too much. You're going to be asleep all afternoon. You know what you should do?
No.
Don't try to communicate. Just relax. See what happens.
We know from animal experiments that the endogenous cannabinoid system is very important in regulating motor activity, that very type of activity that is impaired in Parkinson's disease. From animal experiments, we also know that boosting certain branches of the endocannabinoid system is helpful in relieving symptoms of Parkinson's. Finally, from anecdotal information, we know that certain patients who smoke marijuana experience relief of their symptoms.
I think you're calmed down.
So quickly.
Isn't it amazing?
Wow.
He used just a single drop, and his hands afterwards were rock steady, and the dyskinesia left.
It was flew back.
It works most of the time.
Wow. If that isn't an unbelievable testimonial, I don't know what is. Yeah, you know, when they have Parkinson's, and my father had Parkinson's, it's very difficult to even hold a spoon. Seriously. And had I known about CBD oil when my father was with Parkinson's, I could have got him some relief. But my dad's hand was like, you know, it just completely loses the ability to control the motor functions of your body. It's terrible. And then there's this other type of Parkinson's where you freeze up, where like can't move at all. There's that type too. But the reality is CBD oil is giving temporary relief to the symptoms. It's not a cure, but it's a step in the right direction. And I think the methodology involved is the oil itself works on a subatomic level to help with the neural connectors. And it's not just Parkinson's, it's epilepsy that gets relief. Even autism shows relief. Yeah. So legalization of marijuana is a big part of our plan here, as you know. We have a lot of people in the world now that are smoking publicly, Elon Musk. But legal weed is the way to go. Pro-legalization is my big plan. all the way. Recreational legalization across the board. No limitations, but except on the number of plants a person can use for personal use. Robin Williams did a movie about legalization or about Parkinson's? Yeah, it may even shrink malevolent stuff. Yeah. Are you sure you have an 87 IQ, Sunchild? I think you may be higher than 100. You've been mischaracterized. Yeah, you type very well. Yeah. You missed malevolent, but you understand the meaning of it. Yeah. I don't think you're an 87. I think you're underestimated your IQ. 2 links at one time? Really? Yeah, there are a lot.
Guys, today we're going to talk about vitamin.
There are a lot of people that try to sell people as a scam in LA. Yeah, I was a victim. Oh, The Awakening, right? That's a great movie. Definitely, that's Robin Williams' movie. Yeah, it's very cool. You're right. As a young man in LA, I did encounter a lot of scammers, especially when I started working. I'd run into these people in the street. They'd always have a watch for sale because they lost their suitcase at the airport. Yeah, the big scam is they get these watches for next to nothing that are strike-offs of expensive watches. And oftentimes they don't go for the Rolex because that's too easy to spot. They go for some of the lesser known watches. I do like capers, but I don't, they're kind of acidic. My family heritage is English, so on my mother's side, so of course capers is something that we would eat. You can't even get hemp seed in its full form. It's ground up. Right, yeah, they don't want you to eat hemp seed or replant it. They want to make money on it. In fact, you know, Mitch McConnell, he got Kentucky to get cleared of any of all hemp grows in Kentucky and is now exported worldwide. And he got ahead of the recreational marijuana legalization plan. So ironically, Mitch McConnell is going to be really pissed off if we go for a federal legalization plan that will include hemp, all cannabis. So he may have resistance there from the Republican side to any plans, because right now Kentucky has an edge on other states to sell hemp because of Mitch McConnell. Everyone is wondering why he's pushing for hemp. He just wants to make money and support the hemp cause in Kentucky, not overall. So there's something wrong with Mitch McConnell and his cohort, Lindsey Graham. They both received money from Russia in their re-election campaigns. That in and of itself is indicting, in my opinion. All of this was made possible by Brett Kavanaugh in 2011 when he authorized foreign investments in super PACs. So it's all a big full circle. I mean, even Brett Kavanaugh getting pushed in by Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham. And Brett Kavanaugh getting all kinds of coverage, and nobody could pin the rapist charge on him, even though it looked like rape. And he did admit he was a beeraholic, so, you know, so we have pretty much a beeraholic as our Supreme Court justice who's been doing things on the side to help Russia. So basically, Brett Kavanaugh, Mitch McConnell, and Lindsey Graham are all working for Russia indirectly. Request for Larry Sinclair. Hold, please.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
I halfway think he wanted to have like a little visit with any of those people there at the Comfort Suites that night. Yeah, I just don't trust. I don't trust Barack Obama, and I'm glad that Larry Sinclair did that. you know, going out on a limb and talking about having oral sex with Obama. I think we need to find out more about Obama. I don't believe it's enough for us to sit back and think that Donald Trump gave him a pass on his illegal papers that he presented from Honolulu. That was a real letdown. That should have been the signal to a lot of you that Donald Trump was working for the deep state when he wouldn't prosecute Barack Obama on the birth certificate issue. Yeah, I'm not a doctor, sorry. But I do have a picture of Barack Obama and his lover, Michael. Michael LaVaughn Robinson was his lover, and they decided to tie the knot. And I have no problem with two gay guys marrying each other. You know, whatever. I don't care. But, yeah. They lied about everything. They lied about him being a her. I mean, everyone knows that it's kind of hard to cover up the truth. Here they were in a university in 1981. Barack Obama in the front and Michelle in the back. And that's a dude. That's Michael LaVaughn Robinson. Exact same face as Michelle Obama. When you go to Vegas, you get stopped by 12 homeless people. I swear I think it's because I'm in a wheelchair. Must think I'm a target for that, I guess. Yes, that's exactly what happens. They see you, even though, you know, you're just dealing with life, they see you as some sort of a mark, right? And they know that your wheelchair usually gets you more money because of your disability. So you're cash rich in their eyes, even though it's just barely enough for you to survive. Yeah, so they see you as a mark. I have seen disabled people in our area attract. There was one disabled woman in our area that was very, very small. I mean, she no more than about 2 feet high. She had no arms and no legs. She had small arms. You could barely even touch anyone. She had the maximum you can get for disability. And lo and behold, she found not one guy, but 2 guys to live with. So isn't that amazing? And the guys, you know, is like a girl with a chick, I guess. But maybe they loved her. I don't know. She had a baby with one of them. I mean, she must have weighed no more than 45 pounds, this poor woman. And she had a baby with one of the men. And the other guy was like an uncle. But they were pretty much, you know, dealing with her, and she had a lot of money from her check. So who knows? Maybe the guys were sincere. Maybe they were helping her. I'll tell you that she maximized her life by having that child. No, I don't think it was a tag team. I think it was just one guy and maybe another guy was just hanging around because there was a check. I don't think there was a threesome going on. But bottom line is, the daughter is fairly normal, and the mother has passed away. So now the 2 men are taking care of the daughter with the grandmother. So I don't know what's going on, but that check isn't coming in anymore. So you got to wonder, maybe the grandmother will just pick up the slack because she passed away, the disabled woman. Kind of a tragic story, really, when you think about it. But in a way, it's got a silver lining because she had a baby. I mean, imagine that. But just realize how, yeah, she was only like 45 pounds. No, but the bottom line was, people find each other regardless. Some of you can't find anybody. And here this disabled woman found 2 guys to live with. Think about that. Now we'll show you the Reggie Love story, where Reggie fell, it was important for him to tell everybody that he was with Obama during the attack on Benghazi. Excuse me, on Abbottabad. Yeah. Reggie Love was playing spades with Obama when Abbottabad was attacked and the alleged attack on Osama bin Laden, which I don't believe really was Osama bin Laden. But Reggie Love was there, and he even talked about it online in front of everybody. Here he is, Reggie Love.
Most people were like down in the Situation Room, but he was like, I'm not going to be down here. I can't watch this entire thing. So he, myself, Pete Souza, the wife, 15 games of spades.
Okay, so this is exactly what happens when people are lovers. Reggie Love involved in a side thing, pissed off Michelle, or aka Michael LaVaughn Robinson. Oh, we got sound, don't worry. I speak, every show I give about maybe 2 sentences to people who have hearing impaired, who read lips. And they get to hear the nitty gritty. You don't get that. Yeah. It's a secret conversation I have with people who are hearing impaired. It's just a way of being sensitive to that group of people, you know, giving them a little extra show. Well, yeah, I was back in his dope smoking days, but he didn't just smoke dope. That's heroin, by the way. He smoked crack. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. Mr. Barack Obama was a crackhead. Now, 97% of all crackheads remain crackheads, so he has a 97% chance that Obama's hitting crack right now. Yeah, it wasn't just dope. It's crack. Well, I misspell words purposely, just to evade AI. Evade AI. Yeah, I hate to bring it to you. The truth of the matter is, Obama was a New World Order puppet president that did absolutely nothing for 8 years. George W. Bush was a New World Order puppet son of a president, part of the New World Order, who did nothing for 8 years except to start 2 wars. Now we've got Trump spending 2 years wasting our time with all this crap luggage that he carries into the White House from Russia, which, believe me, is his fault, not ours. And then claiming he's going to sue everybody who's finding out about the Russian involvement in our election, when we have solid precedent that the Russians influenced the election in favor of him. So Trump doesn't have a leg to stand on, and whatever William Barr is doing right now, he better pull his Depends underwear up a little high, because the crap's going to be rolling down his thighs pretty soon. And he'll be crapping all over the place when he realizes William Barr is going to jail for what he's doing right now. He will be charged with felonies. And his letter to Rod Rosenstein is solid evidence that he tried to rig the entire investigation against looking into obstruction charges. And he also tried to rig the investigation into looking into Michael Flynn before we even knew Michael Flynn was a Russian. So he's on record doing this. That's enough to put him in jail. I don't need article links. I'm good. But Bingo keeps sending something. A lack of vitamin B1 may lead to Alzheimer's, really. Okay, we've got that and the great thiamine deficiency. I guess it's the same subject we're dealing with.
The latest research into the potential causes of Alzheimer's shows a lack of vitamin B1 may lead to the disease, as well as other forms of dementia. Here to discuss his study at the Burke Medical Research Institute is Dr. Gary Gibson, who has spent decades studying Alzheimer's and other age-related diseases.
Gary, do you happen to know what year it is? Do you know who the president is, Gary? I wonder if Gary's suffering from Alzheimer's. Okay, we'll play this tonight. Thank you. Always fun to look at Alzheimer's possibilities. I don't think B1 is the culprit. I think it's aluminum. I think it's the original thought all along. There's so much aluminum in our atmosphere right now. How could you not think it's aluminum? So this is the article that came in earlier. Trump will disgrace Memorial Day by pardoning convicted and accused war criminals. Commander-in-Chief's actions will jeopardize national security by undermining the code of conduct within our military and by feeding into the propaganda of our enemies. Trump has made requests for the paperwork of 4 individuals who have been accused of convicted war crimes for the purpose of pardoning them on Memorial Day. One is for Special Operations Chief Edward Gallagher, a Navy SEAL who is scheduled to stand trial at the end of May for shooting unarmed civilians, specifically a young woman and an unarmed elderly man. He's going to pardon a guy accused of murder. 2 people, as well as killing a 15-year-old captive with a knife while deployed in Iraq in 2017. Second is Major Matthew Goldstein, an Army Green Beret convicted of killing an unarmed Afghan in 2010. Third, a group of Marine Corps snipers who urinated on the corpses of dead Taliban fighters. And then fourth, a Blackwater contractor convicted of shooting dozens of unarmed Iraqis. I remember that guy. That was the one that shot 17 innocent Iraqi people, and the Iraqi government wanted to sue Blackwater for it. And Barack Obama said that he was going to pull support for Iraq and pull all the troops out if they continued to look into the Blackwater case. He threatened, Obama did, to pull all troop support for Iraq. And you know, he did. He pulled the troops out, and then all of a sudden the ISIL forces started in. The Sunnis started taking over again. Yeah. And that was all due to Barack Obama. He put that contingency. He said, if you pursue a case against Blackwater, we'll pull all troops out. And he did. It was the biggest mistake he made, because we still had problems there that hadn't been resolved. We had to retake Fallujah 3 times. And even to this day, you wonder if it's even in our hands. He said he was going to wait until the trials are over before he decides on a pardon. Well, he got ahead of himself because he's doing it Memorial Day. So much for his commitment to wait. Huh. Yeah, I'm amazed he hasn't pardoned more crime bosses like the one he pardoned a couple years ago. More links from Bingo. Who are virtuous pedophiles? What?
But one son is very tall. So that, and just to kind of go up, but
you know, I don't really want to go there. I'm not going to spend time listening to some pedophile talk about how virtuous it is to be. That's just insane. Yeah, he makes up stuff just to change the message. Exactly. Total con artist. You got him figured out, 292. He is a lying psychopath. I agree, 813. You know, Scaramucci, the guy who lasted only 10 days in the Trump administration, for good reasons probably, he actually said that Trump enjoys the fun of lying. And he's right. He definitely does. All right. Well, you guys are... Anita's watering her plants. Yeah. Well, if I get desperate, I'll play that video tonight. Some sort of noise emanating from my table. I can't figure out what it is. It's weird. Oh, it's my camera. It's my autofocus is in. Okay, hang on. The damn camera was in like autofocus. It was just sitting there going. Good, I stopped it. Okay, you got more weird stuff? All right. It sounded like a June bug, didn't it? You heard it on the mic. Man admits to being sexually attracted to young girls. This is supposed to be breaking news? Okay. No, it was auto focus was having a problem on that unit. I'm going to retire it. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll keep those as possibilities. Huh. Well, I hope the updates work. I'll be downloading XSplit 3.8, I guess, tomorrow to see if it works. XSplit's been giving me problems. I'm hoping the fixes will work. No. I'm not one of those people that believe I'm a targeted individual. I don't possess these weird kind of wacky thoughts that somebody's beaming energy at me. No. I don't believe that. I do believe I'm censored. Ironically, I've got people who more inclined to believe that I'm a targeted individual than people that believe I'm being censored, ironically. I mean, I don't know how stupid a person would have to be to think that I wasn't being censored when my subscriber count has remained the same number for 8 years. And my follower count remained the same number for 8 years at Twitter. I mean, of course I'm censored. My God. How can anyone think I'm not? It's absurd. Anyway, I don't have time, nor can I be bothered with people that just don't get what's right in front of them. Now, if you're really pissed off that other people are making a lot of money, I mean a lot of money, censoring me, if that upsets you, I feel sorry for you. That if you work that hard for your money, I understand. If you hear that people are making $100 million doing nothing, that must piss you off. I get that. I understand how you feel. But hey, that's the reality of what's happening. It is what it is. But these people are so thick, they won't listen to anything. They consider all of the news fake news. So they basically shut off their head to everything. They don't have no cognitive reasoning, no ability to think one thing is true and one thing's not true. The calls are all death threats. I get approximately 3 death threats a day. I rarely get people calling with legitimate things to talk about. I just get death threats. This has been the way it has been for years now. I get on average about 1,000 death threats a year now. And the FBI won't even return my call. So it's pretty obvious that the government doesn't want to have anything to do with a third party. The last thing they want is honest people running for government. No. There are significant details about follower numbers remaining the same for 8 years when I do 20,000 hours of broadcasting, sending people to this location. After spending 20,000 hours telling people to go here and follow me, not one follower is added to my follower list. And we looked at our data from a PolitiChat that we did the past 6 weeks. We did quite a bit of PolitiChat. The numbers, the thousands of impressions, we had like 15,000 impressions in one day. Not one follower. That's weird. I know. And the thing I'm trying to explain to you is once we establish that these people are censoring us, then we can logically move on to the next step. But many of us are still lingering in that area. Bingo is like, well, my numbers stayed the same to Twitter since I've been tried growing them. Well, I've tried growing them, and believe me, they don't grow. I have over 6,500 tweets to my name. That's a lot. No, it's not me. The FBI didn't return our call, no. And if they can't return a call, then they aren't worth a crap. Seriously. If our FBI ignores people that call them, they're worthless. But anyway, the good thing is I am making a big difference. Already Trump has stolen 15 of my ideas to get elected in 2016. And he hasn't implemented many of the ideas he stole, like the safe zone idea. He never did that. He just used that name that I had for Iraq and Afghanistan. We're going to create safe zones. He had no idea what he was talking about. We're going to do mobile medical units to help with the health care. Never implemented any of that. We're going to have an ocean dome. I've thought of this for many years. No, that was my idea. I came up with it in 2005 on record. Everything he's done, thank you, everything he's done has been to copy us and not implement the ideas. So you got the hollow version of a guy trying to help, and many of you bought into it. You thought, well, Trump can do no wrong now, and you believe in him. Trump is doing everything wrong. He lost 4,500 kids in the southern border, missing from their parents, and he doesn't even have a timeline of more than a year. He says over a year to find the kids' parents. That's insane. Hitler kept better track of the Jews in the concentration camps. He knew where every one of them was. We can't even keep track of 4,500 kids that have been ripped away and kidnapped from their parents. And you call that you're supporting Trump? What kind of a person would support Trump when he does that? You only get 2 words every 3 minutes? Huh. Well, what's wrong with our feed? I have no drop frames over here. All right. Yeah, you're just not a good fit here, Bingo. You don't really fit in. Yeah. I don't even know why you come in the show. Is it because you're bored? Because you clearly don't understand what we're doing. Yeah, maybe they did sell the children into slavery. That's the point. You know, I've seen photographs of these kids in cages. And Trump says, oh, there's no cages. No, there's nothing like that. We've seen them in cages with Mylar blankets. And you know what we're paying for, like, one detention, Casa Padre down there? It can handle 1,200 kids a year. We're paying $1 billion a year for Casa Padre. That's $88,000 per child to be at Casa Padre, where they don't even know where their parents are. And they don't even tag them and know exactly who they are. It's beyond belief. Our money is just dumping that. Now John Kelly is on board with a plan to profit. Our former chief of staff is one of the primary investors in a for-profit detention center they're building down there. Oh, there's big money in detention centers. That's why Trump doesn't want to stop the illegal alien flow. And that's certainly why he doesn't want to build a 1,000-mile fence, which is my idea, by the way. Now, I've got a container fence we can build for very cheap, and we can use containers that are readily available, like these, to assemble them. Yeah, it's all possible. In any event, these ideas are not being implemented, and Trump is now sending people to sanctuary cities that would normally have been prevented from coming in had we built the fence in time. And I would have had it built by now if I were president. And I wouldn't have had to declare emergencies at the border like Trump did to create another bypass in discussions with Nancy Pelosi and Charles Schumer. That was a big stumbling block right there, insisting on emergency power money. He got it, but it wasn't even needed. He looked like an idiot trying to get it, claiming there was an emergency and there's no emergency yet. Well, there will be an emergency. The more he brings these kids into sanctuary cities and dumps them without even knowing where their parents are, we're reaching emergency proportions right now in some cities. You know what really bothers me? This woman, Lightfoot, the lesbian who just took over the mayorship in Chicago, no experience whatsoever in governance. She openly said that she wants all the sanctuary people you can possibly bring in the city of Chicago, where gunfire goes off 14 times a day and 3 people die a day. She wants to bring more people in. I think she's a little lightheaded, let alone Lightfoot. Well, Bingo, if the FBI can't return a call, then we really don't need them. They're ineffective. By your own admission right there, it's so difficult for them to sort out the calls. That's how incompetent they are. And in a way, I'm glad that William Barr is investigating Strzok. I am. I'm glad that he's looking into this. In that tone, I actually think that we need to investigate some of the bad practices of the FBI. I don't mind the fact that they're investigating the source of the investigation itself, but they're rubbing up against the national security of our country, and William Barr will lose in that process. But if we could get to the bottom of why the FBI is so partisan, why they culled the emails from Hillary Clinton, now from 30,000 down to 3,500, that's what Strzok did, and openly wrote emails about how he hated Trump, that's something we need to look at. But I doubt that the original investigation was based on partisan politics. It's called national security. Guess we don't have a lot of ProCam people tonight. I don't know what happened to Max, Supermax. Maxed out credit is maxed out and he's gone. He's completely disappeared. I hope he's okay. He's been struggling with heart attacks and major strokes recently. Can't be easy. Of course, we know that the entire world is incompetent. That's why I'm pitching my approach toward competence every single night. We're trying to bring competence to the show. You don't have to live in a world of incompetence. With flip-floppers like Donald Trump, you can have credible leadership. But since the process won't allow average people who are above average in talent to get noticed, you get these dumb idiots that were sons of rich billionaires, and then you wonder why your country's all over the place. Simple as that. He didn't deserve the presidency. He stole ideas just to get there. And he got Russia's help, too. The fact is, Trump has known the mob for a long, long time. He worked with the mob for years. He recently said that he went up against Nadler before in New York and he beat him. Yeah, you got some property authorized, but they had to shrink their order. Nadler made him shrink his entire property down to a smaller size, and that was one way that Nadler won. But Nadler now has a big task of issuing forth impeachment papers after the contempt charges are coming back with no answers. So I really believe that the impeachment is imminent. It's just a question of how fast, really. They need to get their butt in gear, and I know that the Democrats are pretty light loafers. They don't have the focus that they need. They've got people like Beto O'Rourke who's all over the place. He looks like a guy who's coming down off Adderall. I don't know, and his unusual thin nature makes you wonder, is he on speed? I mean, look at him. He looks like a speed freak. But that's not the big dark spot with Beto O'Rourke. The dark spot is when he was a hacker, a known hacker. He wrote a story about how he wanted to murder children. That's the scary part about him. And then he got into a car with a .134 alcohol level, hit a truck, and then went on into oncoming traffic and nearly killed a bunch of people, and then tried to flee from the crime. Yeah, Barr is, he needs to keep his paws off the scales of justice. He's going to jail. If Barr continues to stonewall the investigation and have a contempt citation float, they're not working with the House Ways and Means Committee on the taxes either. Mnuchin has turned his blind eye to the fact that the House Ways and Means Committee can get taxes on everybody, no matter who they are. And why is Donald Trump trying to hide his financial records? That's the telling question. He's acting like a guilty person. You're on spearmint vape juice? Why don't you just get some good old-fashioned ginger ale? That calms your stomach. Haven't you had ginger ale when you have like a stomach flu or something? It is very bad. Add the One says the government does not care about the people. They care for the money that make right now it's so sad. Yeah. Our politicians are bought off. I believe almost every one of them. Maybe Justin Amash is not. The only guy I like in the Republican Party. Yeah. Justin Amash is the only one who's willing to move toward impeachment now. I think he's an awesome guy. I really like him. I've been following his Twitter account. He's one of the few people out there we enjoy. Sarah told me about him a long time ago, about 3 years ago. But yeah, lots of people just not really understanding the this is weird. Private companies are building an exoskeleton around Earth. Yeah, Andrew Yang, I've offered 1,010 if Andrew Yang wins the nomination. I'll be offering $1,010 per month with my basic plan. But now my plan is $500 a month. But if he wins the nomination, I'll bump it to $1,010 to beat him. I'm the originator of the basic income plan in America. I didn't call it the Universal Basic Income Plan when I started. I called it the Baseline Plus. And we wrote about it in 2012, getting people the baseline, to give them something to get by in life. That's the goal, is to give people money who are U.S. citizens. You guys don't need to sell yourself off cheap, man. You can be a lot of things. Yeah, always put a higher price tag on your activities so that you could come down to a set mark. So if you think you can be somebody's bitch for $10 a month, make that more like $100,000 a month, and then you'll come down to $10 a month. I don't know why you'd want to be somebody's bitch anyway. Well, Obama, he definitely found himself a wife in Michael Obama. Michael LaVaughn Robinson was a running back at Oregon State University in 1981. There's no photographs online that are credible of him because the entire yearbook has been sealed. Really, you should join up with the Pirate Salty Dog. You guys could hang out. You like to work for nothing. So this is a pretty big deception when you realize how many people have been lied to about this stuff. In 1957, the beach ball-shaped satellite hurtled into the sky and pierced the invisible line between the Earth and space. Decades later, we're not as impressed with satellites. There have been thousands of other Sputniks. Yeah, okay, whatever. They've got satellites around the Earth. Big deal. Doesn't really help our reception, does it? You still use HughesNet. The most you'll get is 3 megabyte upload speeds, if you're lucky. And it's expensive. But then again, all internet access is expensive now. Even on a phone. If you want a cell phone, it's about $75 a month to access the internet. If you want a cable system, about $75 to $80 a month to access the internet. You have a plan bundled with your phone and your, TiVo, whatever. It's like $200 a month. I don't know what Pirate Salty Dog is. It's just a guy who happens to share your belief that you're willing to be somebody's bitch for pennies on the dollar. Oh, I'm sorry, that's somebody else. No offense, 807. I'm not yawning at my own show. I'm trying to generate a little bit of buzz right now because the news is so boring. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Now Trump is saying that he's initiating his plan to let healthcare providers refuse to treat transgender people. Okay, you can't refuse to treat transgender people. Protecting everybody is our mandate, according to the Supreme Court perception of the 15th Amendment. We have to treat healthcare of everybody, no matter whether they're transgender or not. So he's all over the place. Well, we're not going to pay for the transgender people to have any treatment at all. Everything he says is a diversion from the reality that he's a complete sellout working for the New World Order. 2020, Democrats jump into abortion fray as legal battle heats up. Yeah, they should. Trump's trying to stack the courts against abortion. And they're getting there, believe me. They got Gorsuch, he sucks. They got Brett Kavanaugh, he likes beer. They got all kinds of conservatives. Justice Clarence Thomas, who believes that he has pubic hair on his RC Cola and is called Long Dong Silver. He'll vote in favor of getting rid of pro-choice. But then again, we don't know what Clarence Thomas will do because he's not very predictable. Clarence Thomas has not written one single document since he's been a Supreme Court justice. He has no written words down at all. I'm beginning to believe, and I'm not trying to sound prejudicial here, but I'm beginning to believe that Clarence Thomas cannot write. He's got something wrong with him. But you put a pubic hair on top of an RC Cola and he's all over that. Well, now, they call me Long Dong Silver, Anita. Yeah, and Joe Biden is responsible for this guy becoming a Supreme Court justice when he treated Anita Hill like some sort of a common Me Too victim. Yeah, poor Anita Hill had to put up with this pervert standing there talking about how big his you-know-what was and hitting on her all the time. You know, he invited her to go look at a porn site of bestiality. That's what she said. Giuliani appears to defend a doctored Pelosi article. I don't know what this is about, but I'll find out. Giuliani, you know, the guy that refused to give anybody air masks in New York when they were all breathing, the first responders were breathing toxic fumes from World Trade Center attack. He didn't authorize any air masks for anybody. That guy doesn't have a soul. He absolutely has no conscience whatsoever. Yeah, I can. Show me his documents that he wrote, not his. No, don't show. I've seen them. They're not his writings. I've seen other people writing about Justice Thomas, but I don't see his writing on it. I see groups of people writing, but not his. I've checked this out. I have. He's not the writer on any of these cases. They're all group written. I'm telling you, he doesn't write. Get your facts straight. Okay, Giuliani appears to defend sharing a doctored Pelosi video. On Friday, appeared to defend his sharing of a doctored House Speaker slurring her words. Oh yeah, I saw that. Tweeting that the California Democrats should take back an insult she hurled at Trump the day before. Nancy Pelosi did not hurl an impulse, any type of an insult. All right, I guess you're tired. Enjoy your mute. Hey, you know, we don't need you hanging out in the room either at night. I don't even care. Jesus. What a jerk. The former New York mayor on Thursday even amplified on Twitter a manipulated version of Pelosi's remarks at a conference earlier in the week. The clip, which is disseminated across social media amid an escalating personal feud between the speaker and the president, subtly slows Pelosi's speech in a manner that suggests she is physically impaired. They're trying to paint Pelosi out to be incompetent. Can you believe that? All right, well, thank you for enjoying your sleep. Next time, get some sleep before you come in the show, okay? You too. Later. All right. Yeah, they're trying to vilify a lot of things, but there is no doctored videos of Hillary. She actually was stumbling that day when she was leaving the 9/11 attack memorial. Hillary stumbles as she leaves the 9/11 attack. Yeah, you know, if you're going to come in here and sleep, I don't want you in here. Seriously. Bye. And really, I really don't care if you want to hang out into the evening. It doesn't matter to me. I do the show either way. This blows me away that you stand there and have the audacity to say Z's when I'm doing a show every single night. What are you doing? Are you on camera? No, you're not. Are you dedicating your time to talking about the news? No, you're not. You're just putting Z's in the room like it's a big slow day for you. The only thing slow is your brain able to understand the need for a third party. That's the only slow part of your brain. Well, if he contributes to the show, great. But if he's going to stand there and go Z's all the time, forget it. I don't even care. Believe me, I've lost a few major supporters because they don't believe I'm being censored. Do you think I give a shit If Misanthropy says he's not going to be happy if the show isn't more entertaining, give me a break. All right, so Clinton loses balance at 9/11. Oh, I'm sorry. The video, we can't see it. It's been scrubbed from the internet. Look at that. Huh. Okay. There's one. Here she is stumbling and falling. Yeah, he'll take it seriously. He won't be back for a couple days. I know his entire MO. Passive-aggressive behavior like that is exactly what I've experienced with other people in the show. Yeah, see, there's no video of her at all stumbling. That's because she's thinking of running for 2020. Let's see if this one works. No, it won't even click through. Every one of these videos is down. The Raw Clinton video. Here we go. I think we got something. Yeah, that'll hurt his feelings. He won't be back for a couple days. Mark my words. If he ever comes back at all. A lot of these people with our hothead attitudes, a lot of the hotheads I've noticed are all passive aggressive in our show. All right. Yeah, there are a few of them still out there, but they're trying to scrub these things as best they can. Okay, here she is at that 9/11 memorial in 2016. Hey. She's stumbling. Okay, that was just Trump making fun of Hillary. There's still no video of Hillary. Okay. All these videos are gone. Yeah, they're cousins, I know. This is bound to be a video. But they're scrubbing that her stumbling when she was replaced. Let's see if this opens up. Here we go. She's being carried back. That's nice. And then she comes out of the building immediately, looking fresh as a daisy. Yeah, watch this. 2.5 hours later, she goes to Chelsea's apartment, and she looks like she's fresh as a daisy.
Are you feeling, Secretary Clinton?
Looking good. See how good she looks? Yeah. Now, they compared the two people, and they found that Hillary has a body double, for real. This was her sitting there in the 9/11 event on the left before she collapsed, and this is her coming out. I mean, look at their skin tone. I mean, even her skin tone looks 10 years younger at least. That's not a day spa at Chelsea's apartment. That's actually a cloning clinic that clones people. Yeah, because I really enjoy listening about wasted time Trump diversions and being told I should think they are real when I contradicts everything I know. Are you any better than a Democrat telling me what I think that I should know better than they do? Actually, I'm better than a Democrat. Yes. Yeah, I'll tell you why. Number one, just because I'm talking about Trump in a negative way doesn't mean you have to throw Z's on me when you know full well that Trump has stolen over 15 of my ideas. And second of all, I don't mind ragging on Hillary and Trump simultaneously, so it's kind of an even-Steven situation. You guys have got to understand, I am going to come out hard on both parties every night because I really believe we need a third party. So I don't like the two parties. You have the belief that all this is theater and that they're just playing us back and forth. It's all theater. There's no truth to any of it. That negative attitude is actually not true. It may be true most of the time. There is a lot of the constant diametric opposition created by the media. I'm not disputing that. And out of respect for your views, you obviously have the right to say, hey, stop ragging on this guy and that guy. But we are here to explain to people that the two parties are sold out and they both are wrong. Now, if you think that's part of the play here and that somehow I'm a shill for the New World Order because I'm talking about the constant corruption in both parties, I don't know where that logic goes. Because clearly I'm not a shill for the New World Order, and clearly I'm not getting promoted, and clearly I am being censored, and clearly we have to talk about the ineptitude and fallacy of a two-party system where we have the illusion of choice. So, sorry I muted you. Whatever. We're entitled to differing opinions. I even told our former super op over at iVlog verbally, because he came in as a guest tonight. He can't believe that I believe that they made a lot of money censoring me. He thinks I'm totally off, that there's something wrong with me. I think there's something wrong with him. I think there's something, he's jealous or something at what we're apparently experiencing. I see people coming at me all the time and sending me emails talking about the money they're making on attacking us. He didn't say that, no. But he felt that. And I can't speak for him, but I can tell you he has left for some reason, and I have a feeling it was him today and the guest who was giving me an argument. Yeah, I don't need an attorney. I'm not angry at anybody. In fact, I'm not even angry at him or Misanthropy. Scissorfight could just say, I'm out of here. I won't be around this guy. He's delusional or something. But I know that I'm definitely being censored, and no attorney will rep me. I've had 3 attempts to get an attorney, a civil rights attorney. Not one of them will respond to my emails or phone calls. All I'm saying is he was instrumental in keeping our numbers down early on in iVlog. He actually kept a lot of people out of our show. Yeah, and now iVlog is actually keeping people out of our show. And he's gone. Isn't that ironic? Yeah. He's nowhere to be seen, and now iVlog is putting the screws down on our show and making it almost impossible to get viewers. Isn't that interesting? The same guy that's been keeping us out, keeping people out of our show, recklessly banning people left and right, is now no longer to be found. You got to wonder. You know, I told Sarah, I said, I don't know what to think because I never met this person on the phone. I never talked to them. I don't know what to think. Because it does seem like he was working for somebody, or he's just incredibly jealous that these people have made a whole lot of money censoring me, and he just can't deal with that reality. So, whatever. If it's hard on him to the reality check that these trolls are actually bringing in the bucks, they are. And I don't support that. I consider that very wrong. But if it came down to the reality that I'm being censored, which I know for a fact I am, and that on every regard, and when the worst of the censoring ship gets on and hits me, the censorship just hits all at once. When the worst is happening, he decides to take a hiatus. We need people with staying power. We need people who will fight through thick and thin no matter what, even if they disagree with me. That's what I'm working on. And I can tell you that this world cannot be built, our future cannot be built on people with spines that are weak, that are worm-like. We need strong people to build this future. Yeah, there you go. And in order to fight for the freedom of the American people, I could run videos left and right about people that think everything's fake. The fact is, we have hardly any evidence at all corroborating most of these terrorist attacks that have happened. There's not a big story there because there's not a lot of evidence. I'm of the belief that we are being lied to, propagandized, and being pushed into these two corners left and right. And here we are in the middle of the political spectrum trying to formulate a party, and they're doing everything they can to stop us and censor us at a critical time in American political history. So you got to understand, I don't have the time for people with personal issues with things I say. Frankly, it is beyond that. And we have to transcend all that if we want to stay, focused. I don't have any hard feelings for him if he thinks that I'm an idiot, or that I'm delusional, thinking that people are getting money, or that I've fallen for their BS scam. It's not a scam. They originally started telling people, bragging and gloating about the money they were making, censoring me. We have that on film. And then they realized, uh-oh, we better not say this. And then Mark talked to an attorney who said, yeah, you can't dox this guy. That's illegal. This all went down. And now you notice that the doxing has come from Nigeria now. It's not coming from T. Rucker or United American or Lot Lizard. It's coming from Nigeria. They're shopping it out overseas now, thinking they're going to evade national laws against doxing. In any event, we may see the imposter Hillary coming up in the next couple months. Hillary, too, is ready to go. They've pretty much mastered the look and her behavior and her talk. It's exactly like Hillary. No question about it. Hillary could very well be running against Trump in the upcoming election. Biden may have an aneurysm. He's already had 3 and 2 brain surgeries, and nobody's talking about that. So Hillary may be back. Hillary, too, is very capable. She's, oh yeah, she's capable. All right, thank you. We will see you later. Trump has not processed any of the charges against Hillary. So if you still believe Trump's fighting the deep state, think again. Trump is the deep state. He's controlled by people like Kissinger, Russian oligarchs, and AIPAC. And if you don't realize that by now, then you're being fooled and you're part of the problem. All right, I'm going to sign off. Take care. That's right, Trump is deep state. I'll be back tomorrow. If people want to join me as ops, they still have super op capacity. You're welcome to come on in here. Mr. Not Believe Dave anymore. But whatever. I don't even care. Thank you for your help, though. Appreciate it. But wow, where do I go from here? It's like I'm fighting my own people. I'm fighting an unbelievable censorship, and I'm trying to boost the American people to fight the two-party system. It's an unbelievable, daunting task that I take on every day, and I do it with a vigor. And that, you should realize, is not something that is easy for anybody. All right. Take care, everyone. Good night. I'll be back tomorrow at 5 o'clock for our Sustainable Saturday. Take care.
Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you feel good. Gonna make you mine.
We deserve a better government, one that addresses the real concerns of its people. Now, it seems, so much news is fake, twisting what America stands for. Let's protect our gun rights against media manipulation. Let's get back to what really matters. Secure, safe schools, fencing, and security for our youth, and a clean environment for everyone. Join us nightly as we discuss America's most important concerns at America's Third Party.